Grab a seat if you don't have one yet. I want to welcome all of you to this joint event between the European Trade Union Institute, the ETY, and the University of Lille, and we will listen to Yvan in a moment. So we will be talking about bottom-up democracy in the EU and globally. The subtitle is Driving Forward with a question mark. Maybe by the end of the meeting, we can turn that question mark in an exclamation mark. Let's see. But I'm really happy to see you here, despite the heat. Thanks for being here. Well, it's a nicely, hoe zeg je dat, climatized room and venue. So it is maybe not among the worst places to be for the moment in Brussels. My name is Bart van Herke. I'm the director of the research department of the ETY. And I can confirm that this event and also this type of the event, the way we want to organize it today, is really at the heart of how we like to work at the Institute, namely bridging discussions between representative of the labor movement, NGOs, and academic researchers and other interested persons, including civil servants, EU level, national level, and to discuss the protection of workers' interest. That's really what we do. Yvan will explain in a moment what Demo Plus is about. But I think it is important to underline that we also at the Institute, we focus a lot because we are the European Trade Union Institute, and we do that while recognizing that Europe, of course, needs to be looked at in a global context, and that is increasingly the case. Whether we're talking about world economics, whether we're talking about labor markets, supply chains, migration, trade arrangement, etc., just transition, global warming, indeed, increasingly we cannot we cannot look at Europe itself anymore, and that will be very present during our two-day event. So we'll have about 15 contributions. We'll have enough time to discuss contributions from the north and south, from academia, from various research institutes. And we really want to engage in a discussion also about grassroots democracy and participation. And thanks for those of you who have traveled. I know some of you have traveled from quite a long way to get here today to Brussels. For others, it's more like a home match. But thank you for all of you for having joined us here today. It'll be important for us to also listen to you. So this is not just an exchange from this side of the room to that side of the room. We'll make sure that after each of the rounds of presentations, there is time for Q&A. Donc, préparez vos questions. You'll have time to intervene, to share your opinion also on the matters that we're discussing. If not, the title of the event would, of course, be very theoretical. So we'll look into empirical findings, we'll look at theoretical approaches, and indeed enough time to discuss. So just before I hand over to Ivan for a more substantive introduction, just a few housekeeping elements so that we all know what is happening. You have seen the program. There are copies in the back of the room together with some ETY publications. So there is a space outside of this room, you've seen that, where you can gather downstairs and drink. Lots of water there and other drinks if you need them. Please don't get dehydrated. There is an open drinks area also on the ground floor. You can sit outside there. Bizarrely enough, we will already have our lunch at 12, which is very early for ETY standards, but Comet is a busy place with many conferences and events taking place at the same time. So we have to break at 12. We start again at 1:30, and then we will have the afternoon until 6 p.m. I think, today, or 5:30 today, with an afternoon break in between. Also note already that both wrap-ups, the wrap-up sessions of today and tomorrow will be collective wrap-up sessions. So again, it won't be us talking to you, but we'll be exchanging views. So if you think of a key message that you would like to share with us at the end of today or the end of tomorrow, please prepare it so that we can include that in the interventions. I was going to invite all of you to a guided tour of Brussels tomorrow afternoon, and we've cancelled it. Guess why? Yes, it's going to be 37 degrees in the afternoon, and we don't want to put you through a guided tour of Brussels. We'll do that next time. Final element from my side, we have a code of conduct at the E2I with regard to how we, let's say, behave in public spaces together when we are all together. So make sure to please treat each other with due respect during the meeting and outside the meeting rooms. It goes without saying, but it needs to be said. Especially because we'll be expressing some different points of view. To the speakers, please respect the allocated speaking time because we do need to hear from the audience. So please be gentle to all of us and respect your speaking time. And chairs, I count on you to be tough with a smile with regard to your speakers and speaker time. So if you have any other questions with regard to the event, Demo Plus, our collaboration, Ivan is here with us from the from the University of Lille. Jane, senior researcher at the E2I. There is also Laurine. I don't know where Laurine is for the moment. Okay, not here. But Maria is there in the back. So you can ask any of us any questions about this event and how it came about. So welcome to all of you again, and I hand over without any further ado to Yvan from the University of Lille. Yvan is sociologist and professor at the Université de Lille. Voilà, la parole est à toi. Oh yes, and we do have interpretation between English and French. French, English today. So if you need a headset, you can take a headset right now. Merci.
Merci Bart, merci à ETUI pour cette
Thank you, Bart. Thank you, E2I, for this joint coordination of an event, Demo Plus. What we want is really to have an in-depth discussion about how to strengthen democracy. 10 books were available there just for consultation. Maybe you have mistaken them for the publications of E2I. No, but my books were there just to be consulted. So please, once you have looked at them, put them back on the table. Second announcement, my colleague is going to take pictures and take videos. If some of you have confidentiality problem, please do not hesitate to inform my colleague and stay out of the pictures. So to introduce this symposium, we could say that unfortunately democracy is really shrinking. It's nothing new. Since the year 2000, we have seen a weakening of democracy. Well, look at the result of the elections, unfortunately, with the victory of a more liberal party, but we also have some statistical data showing that there is really a decline of democracy. 7 to 30% of the countries are democratic countries, according to the standards of an annual classification published by The Economist. Russia, Afghanistan is the very last country, with Burma in front of it. No surprise. The best of the class are the Nordic countries, Norway, or in the southern hemisphere, New Zealand. So we can, of course, question, this classification. United States and Israel are 27 and 35th. So they don't seem to suffer from the follies of Trump or the Palestinian genocide. The US have actually increased by 1 place, but South Korea has lost 10 position even, So, and following the coup, which did not really achieve. So we can see today that unfortunately democracy is really slowing down, and we can see that this is an initiative which should be welcomed. We are not the only ones. This is not an isolated event. A lot of people are really today talking about democracy. How can we really strengthen democracy? will have a contribution from north, south, east, west. How can we really contribute to deepening, strengthening democracy? There are 5 pillars for modern democracy, namely people's sovereignty, direct or indirect sovereignty, free elections, multitude of power, the rule of law, fundamental rights. But these principles are not intangible. No, they have to, of course, be legitimated. And, well, not just a question of rule of law, but is the rule of law really respected? And what we need is a guarantee of fundamental rights. And also what we need is to recognize that sometimes, pluralism or political pluralism is just a showcase. So institutions have, to have legitimacy and apply the law. Because democracy is really based on cultural prerequisites, civilian virtues, as the expression was used in the past. Also, the citizens' participation, the will to take part to the democracy, and also the fact that those at the top are really perfect and remarkable. The leadership is really exemplary. So what we need is really to make sure that the process, the process, it's a process, not a status quo. Roberto Bobbio was really talking about substantial democracy opposed to formal democracy. Well, we could, expect that we have institutions which are the guardians of democracy, education, the media. But unfortunately, it can change due to the political climate and the social differences. Bourdieu was already mentioning 50 years ago that school was actually exacerbating social inequalities. So it's very difficult to have in these institutions really the possibility to find guardians of these values. So it is important that democracy finds its foundations in some solid principle. What we need is also to have citizens who are mobilized, who are committed, who are really also, involved. And we can see, in Albania, there is really this mobilization to promote democracy. But in France, we are lacking, the involvement and the commitment of the population. Look at Chile, with where the far right is really taking actions to really stop the social progress. But we have, also another aspect dealing with the viability of the institutions is, how the size and the scope of the institution is as important. If democracy, continues to really grow and improve in Nordic countries, they are the first of the class. But, we can really worry also, about the situation in the southern country. We can see that, the contribution of the northern countries to development of the southern countries is decreasing, like food aid and so on. So there is also a lot of hypocrisy, and we can see that there are some loopholes and really gaps in democracy, and countries like Russia and other countries, like North Korea, are trying really to take advantage of this weakness of democracy. So Switzerland is the 5th position on the ranking of democratic countries. And we can see that a lot of companies, really of traders, the biggest traders of raw material, coal, oil, copper, zinc, and cobalt are traded by these three companies, which are located in Switzerland. 500 billion return on in 2025. So these are the three largest companies. They are not really, they don't have a lot of employees in Switzerland, and they don't pay much tax. So democracy has to fight plutocracy, and this has been going on since antique times. And de facto in Switzerland, there was a vote on really responsible multinationals. And so the vote was to aim at really asking for the responsibility of the multinationals. And Europe has taken some really also action in Europe so that the subsidiaries of multinationals could not hide the responsibility of the parent company. So this is just a list of some of the problems and solutions, possible solutions. So having discussion on democracy is really trying to debate the developments both in North and South. And this is, the purpose of my research, the social changes in the Southern hemisphere, so the global South, and especially the fundaments of democracy. Of course, the scope is so big, it's impossible really to examine and study all the local dimensions which of the foundations of democracy. But how can we really identify what the foundations? And we can say, okay, we'll see tomorrow. And because the research is always, dealing, trying to prepare the conclusions for tomorrow. So how can we really deal with this, the bedrock of democracy in the different countries? So how can we really strengthen democracy? And today and tomorrow we'll discuss about some principles, formal and informal principles. First of all, on the formal aspect, so the intermediaries. So what is interesting is to see how to create a link between the state and the society. These intermediate bodies, trade unions, associations, cooperatives, and they are really contributing to democratic popular feeling since the 19th century. We can see that since the 70s, really very often they have lost in importance, because very often they are really seen as being really responsible part of the problem, rather than being there to strengthen the intermediary level. Of course, the situation does vary from one country to another, but we can see really that since the 70s and the decentralization, and where we can see that the number of trade unionist strikes and so on, social movements have decreased in Europe. So another is, so the hope for change has shifted to another instrument, referendum. So, for example, the Gilets jaunes, so the yellow jerseys in France. And for our French friends, I would like to say that using a referendum is an instrument which is used mostly in other countries than France. France has killed this idea of direct democracy at the very beginning of the French Revolution, according to the historian Timothy Jacquet. So 1789, a really concept of national representation was invented. So they were representing not only the local voters, but the whole nation. So what is a nation, actually? Well, it's not easy to define, a century later, it's still a question. Actually, it's a title of Renan in 1892. What is a nation? So his answer is that the nation is really a community of beliefs, people who believed in the same thing. So a referendum does really exist, and it's the European National Citizenship Action, really demands that 1 million really vote request signatures are collected. So it is not automatic. Actually, the European champion of referenda is Switzerland, the country which is using this instrument the most. But so a citizen, can just really use a referendum. However, there are some obstacles, funding the campaign, you need posters, it costs money, and also, people get fed up going to vote, and also, the fact that there is an election at canton level, so local level, and also federal level, 26 cantons, some of them are more urban than rural than urban, and also in case you win the referendum, then it takes a long time to be transposed in the legislation. So referendum does not have more value than other type of election, instrument. At the last vote, participation was, higher, and people have, for example, rejected the referendum against the migration. So there was a very strong participation at the last referendum. This shows also how important it is, really, when you have a high mobilization of people. So what is important is how people will use the institution, and mobilization should not always use institutional channels. No, there are also other type of channels, individual, collective commitment, people on the street, using social media. Jacquion has highlighted 30 years ago a new type of activism, so according to the situation, and ad hoc activism. Today we can see, for example, lately, the Z generation, which is a very global movement, young people supported by the social media, and informal channels allows also to compare global South and global North. In Senegal, 10% of the population has a good wages, can join a union, so they are privileged. It's a privilege there to be an employee. So conquering the democratic rights is today going through new channels. So we could use criteria which can be used both for the North and the South. So what is the very nature of the academic social link? So what does the academic world, the role played in our society? So a teacher, is a teacher there to be part of a network so that they are in contact with major players, or is a teacher just part of a network to create connection with other players in our society? And this is valid both North and South. How can we really support the labor movement? So should we really also advocate a convergence of really the battles, collective battles? And what should we do also of the institutional, cultural background? Should we really, take into consideration whatever is happening at local level, as we do, for example, plants, indigenous plant, or should we really have a broader scope, what is happening at global level, invasive species, for example, this metaphor, of the global warming does really strengthen the global aspect. So the program is in the afternoon, we will have the researchers of E2I who will then talk about democracy at the workplace. Sara Lafuente, researchers in Spain, and she has a PhD in Spain, but also the European institution. Bahman Mohamed, who is working with her, is a researcher in law at the University of Aberdeen and a former union organizer. So he will talk about the organization of workers in large companies in Africa. Then we will have someone from the north, someone from the south, and we will have Maxime Kijou, researcher at the CNRS, and Abdoulaye Moussa Diallo, a researcher in Senegal, who will then be online and talk about the African Population Health Research Center. Tomorrow, we will have 3 speakers on the organization, dialectics of spontaneous movement, Arthur Guichou, researcher at the University of Liège, Rejane Senac, CNRS in Paris, and Paola Seda, my colleague at the University of Lille. So we will stop the sessions at lunch with conclusion of Julien Talpin, research director at Lille, and also Bianca Fabrice in Lille. So we will start with the social environmental challenges of extraction. So this is a session we have actually moved from the afternoon because, of the time difference with Australia. The speaker, Stéphane Lequeux from the University of James Cook, should be online. Francisca Gutierrez, who is with us and is a researcher also in the University of Valdivia in Chile. Both of them are conducting research on trade unionism, one in Chile and the other one in the South Pacific. Francisca will really examine the renewal of the trade union movement in Chile after the dictatorship and the democratic transition. So she examined also the profile of first-time trade unionists in 2019. Stéphane has examined the relationship between the trade union and the conflictual situation in the South Pacific, where he's residing. Also dealing with also indigenous issues. Francisca Gutierrez, you have the floor.
I'll just introduce you briefly as well. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Ivan. That was a fantastic opening, I think, for this event in terms of breadth and depth, and it certainly helps to set the scene for the ensuing sessions. And we have now, I think, one of the shortest sessions of the conference with 2 speakers, one of whom is in the room with me, and the other who is online that you've just heard about, Stéphane Lequeux. So I should introduce myself as well. My name is Jane Parker. I'm a senior researcher at the European Trade Union Institute, the ETUI, and an adjunct professor at Massey University in New Zealand. And in this session, we're going to be focusing on union extractivism, communities, and also environmental links and issues. So for the uninitiated, I'm sure most of you here will know a lot more than I about this, but for the uninitiated, when we're talking about extractivism here, we're talking really about when trade unions or organized labor essentially prioritize short-term gain, if you like, in terms of wages or in terms of jobs, which of course we at the ETUI would see as essential. And it's put ahead of maybe broader ecological sustainability, the welfare of communities, and the climate action. So in industrial relations and union circles, we've often heard of this. It's often positioned as a jobs versus an environment dilemma or debate. And some unions have been fearing that there will be rapid climate change and economic devastation, which in turn will mean mass layoffs and so forth, whilst others are increasingly seeking to integrate ecological preservation with the foundations and definitions of productive and sustainable work. So I'm very delighted actually to speak or to introduce Francisca in this session. And I believe the title of your talk is Climate Change and Workplace democracy in Chile. So with no further ado, over to you, Francisca.
Thank you very much. How can I?
There's a clicker.
Okay.
Okay.
Here is it. Oh. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a real pleasure to me be here today sharing my research and debating also the situation of Chilean trade unions. This conference invites us to think about democracy as a question of power. Who participates in decisions, whose voices are heard, and who has the ability to shape social change? I would like to explore this question from a very specific angle, the climate change and the green transition. The question of who governs the green transition is not new. Trade unions, environmental movement, indigenous organizations, and many others have been raising this issue for decades. But I would like to suggest that we still know surprisingly little about one of the places where response to climate change are actually being organized and contested, the workplace. When we discuss climate change and work, we usually focus on government, public policy, international agreements. These debates are extremely important, of course. However, they capture only part of the picture and are often too abstract or disconnected from workers' everyday experience. The struggle for democracy in the context of the climate crisis is not taking place only in national or international arenas. It is also unfolding in workplaces, where workers confront the consequence of ecological crisis while trying to influence the transformations that companies are already implementing in the name of climate mitigation and adaptation. In many cases, these changes are taking place regardless of whether adequate regulation exists or not. In my view, this dimension of the problem has received far less attention than it deserves. Yet, understanding it becomes especially important in the Global South, where workers have fewer institutional resources to influence the national and global debates on the green transition. There. In this sense, Chile provides a particularly useful case for examining this issue. First, many workers are highly exposed to climate-related transformations because the economy remains heavily dependent on extractive industries, where environmental impacts most directly affect jobs and working conditions. Second, the Chilean state capacity to enforce environmental policies remain limited, giving firms considerable influence over how climate strategies are implemented in practice. Third, trade unions operate with weak institutional resources. Collective bargaining is restricted to the enterprise level, and union fragmentation is very high. Under these conditions, the workplace becomes a particularly important arena in which the democratic dimensions of the green transition are negotiated. So what is actually happening inside Chilean workplace? Today, I would like to make two main arguments. First, corporate climate strategy are becoming mechanisms for coercing workers in Chile. Second, trade unions often struggle to shape these transformations because they face what I call trade union perplexity. That is a condition in which awareness of the problem of climate change exceeds their capacity to act upon it. Taken together, this argument suggests then that in the Chilean context, climate change may be deepening an already existing democratic deficit within workplaces. Before developing this argument, however, let me briefly explain where the evidence comes from. The findings I will discuss today come from an ongoing research program on climate change work and labor relations that I lead in Chile since 2025. I combine evidence from different sources, a content analysis of corporate reports, interviews, and a survey of trade unions leaders. This year also, we start case studies in some companies of different sectors. Together, these sources allow me to examine how climate change is reshaping workplace relations from the perspective of both firms and workers. Let me now turn to the first argument. As climate risk intensify, firms face growing pressures not only from regulator, investors, and public opinion, but also from the direct effects of climate change on production itself. Water scarcity, extreme weather events, supply chain disruption, and growing uncertainty over access to key resources are increasingly affecting business operations. In response, many large companies are introducing adaptation plans, adopting environmental standards, investing in new technologies, and redesigning production processes. Whether these initiatives are sufficient or even effective in addressing the environmental crisis is a separate and a highly contested question. My concern today is different. I am interested in what happens inside workplace when firms try to respond to climate change. This brings me to a simple but important observation. When companies adapt to climate pressures, they do not only redefine their relationship with nature, regulators, or investors. They also redefine their relations with workers. Regardless of their environmental outcomes, corporate climate strategies often have important consequences for labor. When I started analyzing corporate reports, I expected to find information about emissions, energy efficiency, and environmental risks. And of course, I found those things. But I also found something else. Many reports explicitly connected climate strategy to work organization. Companies described training workers, introducing labor-saving technologies, monitoring and modifying different procedures. Drawing on labor process theory, I began to think of this initiative not only as environmental strategy, but also as a strategy for organizing and governing labor under condition of climate crisis. I identified three broad mechanisms through which this takes place. The first is what I call coercion. Climate strategy may introduce new forms of monitoring, auditing, supervision, or automation designed to ensure compliance with corporate and environmental objectives. These interventions can reinforce labor discipline through fears associated with sanctions, job loss, technological displacement, or declining competitiveness. The second mechanism is cooperation. As labor process scholars have long argued, productivity rarely relies on coercion alone. Firms also seek to secure workers' cooperation by fostering commitment, participation, and identification with organizational goals. Climate strategy may contribute to this process through financial incentives, environmental education, sustainability campaign, and initiatives that encourage workers to align their own interests with corporate environmental objectives. The first mechanism is anticipation. Unlike coercion and cooperation, anticipation is oriented toward identifying and managing future disruptions that may undermine production. Climate strategies increasingly focus on assessing risk related to worker health, safety, productivity, and labor availability. Through the language of risk, uncertain futures become calculable and therefore governable. Whether these mechanisms are beneficial or harmful for workers remains, of course, open to debate. Some forms of anticipation and cooperation may improve working conditions, for example, by strengthening occupational health and safety measures. Others may have more negative consequences, including reduced autonomy, greater surveillance, or work intensification. My point is not to classify these strategies as inherently good or bad. Rather, it is to show that corporate climate strategies are creating new ways of governing work. They are becoming mechanisms through which firms seek to make labor more productive, more adaptable, and ultimately more controllable under conditions of ecological uncertainty. But perhaps the most important finding is this: these mechanisms do not appear randomly. Their deployment is shaped by institutional conditions and existing power relations within the workplace. The content analysis reveals a striking pattern. Coercive mechanisms are much common than either anticipation or cooperation in Chile. Reference to labor-related climate risk, such as the effect of rising temperatures on workers' health and safety, remain uncommon. Even less common is worker participation in decisions regarding how companies address climate change. To better understand this pattern, I examined the relationship between this mechanism and union presence in Chile. A clear pattern emerged. Firms with trade unions were significantly more likely to adopt coercive climate-related labor mechanisms. At the same time, union presence was not associated with greater workers' participation in climate governance at the workplace. At first sight, this finding may seem surprising. We often assume that organized labor creates opportunity for participation and democratic influence. However, this assumption is largely based on contexts where unions possess significant institutional resources and recognized channels through which they can influence organizational change. The Chilean case seems to be different. Under adverse institutional conditions, union presence does not automatically generate workplace democracy. Rather, the evidence suggests that climate-related restructuring may become part of broader firms' effort to manage or contain potential source of workers' resistance. This remains an hypothesis, of course, but it deserves further investigation. More importantly, it reinforced the idea that climate strategies are not external to workplace politics. They become part of existing struggles over the organization and control of work. These findings raise an important question. How do trade unions experience and respond to these processes? The short answer is very little is happening. Collective bargaining and labor conflicts at the workplace in Chile rarely address corporate climate strategy or climate change more broadly. The most common responses are relatively low-intensity activities, such as training programs or awareness-raising initiatives focused on the risk that climate change posed to workers' health and safety. At this point, it would be tempting to describe this union as passive, indifferent, or resistant to climate action. However, none of these labels accurately captures what I observed. The union leaders I interviewed and surveyed do not deny climate change, nor are they simply defending jobs against environmental protection. At the same time, they have not developed the kind of environmental unionism that is often highlighted in discussion of just transitions here in Europe. Instead, They occupy a more ambiguous position. They recognize climate change as a major challenge. They increasingly recognize the labor consequences of company ecological modernization. And many believe that workers should have a voice in shaping this process. Awareness is not the problem. Yet they struggle to translate this awareness into coherent strategies and effective forms of collective action. It is this condition that I describe as trade union perplexity. When unions leaders were asked about the main barriers preventing union climate actions, the most common responses were not lack of knowledge or technical expertise. Instead, they pointed to two issues. First, climate change is often not perceived as a priority by workers themselves. And second, companies and public authorities do not recognize trade unions as relevant actors in climate-related decision-making. Trade union perplexity is therefore a situation in which awareness exceeds the condition for agency. Describing unions in these terms, rather than as passive or indifferent, has important practical implications. If the problem is perplexity, then the question is no longer how do we convince unions that climate change matters? The question becomes how do we create the conditions that allow unions to transform this concern into collective action? In other words, the challenge is not primarily one of awareness. It is one of power, resource, and democratic participation. Let me conclude. Today I have argued that climate change is becoming a new terrain of workplace politics. As firms respond to environmental pressures, they are not only transforming their relationship with nature, markets, or regulators, they are also transforming labor relations. In the Chilean case, corporate climate strategies tend to rely more heavily on coercive mechanisms than on strategies centered on anticipation or workers' cooperation. And this phenomenon cuts across different economic sectors, including extractive industry. Trade unions are not indifferent to this transformation. They increasingly recognize both the consequence that climate change has for workers and the labor implication of the corporate response being developed in its name. Yet, recognizing a problem is not the same as having the power to shape it. This matters because if climate strategies reinforce managerial control while limiting worker participation, their consequences may extend far beyond the workplace itself. They may contribute to reproducing and potentially deepening existing inequalities and form of trade union weakness. In this sense, the risk is not only the workers remain excluded from climate decision at the workplace. It is that the transition currently unfolding may strengthen existing asymmetries of power between labor and capital, thereby shaping future inequalities as well. For this reason, debates about green transition need to pay much greater attention to the workplace. Just transitions requires workplace democracy. The challenge is not only what policies are needed to build a greener economy, it is also how workers can gain the capacity to intervene in, negotiate, and contest the form of ecological modernization that companies are already implementing in workplaces. Because the transition is already underway. The question is whether workers will merely adapt to it or whether they will have the power to help shape it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Francisca. Terrific exposition there of what's happening and your analysis of the Chilean and wider situation. I have a number of themes that I've derived from what you were saying, and I think that they may or may not overlap with our next speaker's commentaries, and that is Dr. Stefan Lecoeur from James Cook University in Australia. So another perspective from outside of Europe, but of course with key implications for us. And I'll just look to our IT people to see if we have Dr. Lecoeur online, please.
Am I there?
Hello, Stefan.
How are you doing?
Hi, very well, thank you. Is it possible to raise your volume a bit, please?
I think I'm on my max.
Okay, let me see if I can do anything this end. Or IT, I should say.
I'm
So
just trying to see.
That's fine. That's perfect. Kia ora, Stefan. Nice to welcome you to this event. I'm just swiveling around in my chair because you're behind me at present. Lovely to have you along here today, and thank you for taking the time out. I know it must be an unusual hour at your end. And Stefan is going to be talking with us today about what he terms the anthropolitics of extractivism and extraction in Australia and the global southeast. And by that, I gather he'll be looking at both the human and also the natural elements of extractivism. So over to you, please, Stefan.
All right. Thank you very much. It was in French a clin d'œil to Edgar Morin, which I think my French colleagues know. I'm trying to share my screen share. Does it work?
Yes. Can you maximize?
Okay.
All good. If you could just enhance. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And you can see me as well. That's fantastic. So it's 7:28. So I'm gonna try to do it as fast as possible so that we've got time to talk to each other. So
Sorry, Stefan, may I just ask you to maximize your screen, please? That would be helpful for us. Thank
I
you.
try to. Oh my God. Where am I? Did
If
I?
you click on the top right of your screen. Yes, there. Yeah.
Where, here? No.
So you go to slideshow. You click on slideshow in the
Yeah,
middle.
I try to
top
get
middle.
into it.
No, not there. Slideshow, a bit on the left. Yes. Up.
Okay.
Further along.
I get. I'm gonna get there.
So the sixth button from the left on the top of your screen.
Yeah,
it says.
it's just because I've got the video stuff on it. That's it. I lost it.
Okay. Maybe just start, Stefan. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, because I can't get into it. Yeah. That's it. Do I have it? Hello?
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So from the onset, it's dual logic of extraction in relation to Australia's nature, in relation to Southeast Asia, is the extraction of labor of the human. Australia is one of the largest exporter of fossil fuels in the world. We got it all. It's called the lucky country. And Southeast Asia also coined as the continent of labor. Most of it, about a big deal of it, being involved into global supply chains and also into regional investments and the spilling over of China. So we keep in mind this duality. I just wanted to say that in relation to climate change and policies in Australia, there has been one paper I did for the Chronique Internationale de l'IRES. So everything is there in French. So the Labour policy on climate change has been coming to fore when Labour came in 2022, trying to comply with the Paris Agreement, signed Paris Agreement, and so forth. This is fairly new. The bill came in, as I said, when Labour got elected, was in effect in March 2023. One important thing there to notice is that it came with the creation of a federal agency, a national net zero agency, in order to lead that effort, irrespective of politics, for the long term. This was reflecting the demands of trade unions, and actually are getting there. The labor policy, not surprisingly, is a copycat of the ACTU or of the labor movement action plan. I won't go into the details there, but I trust you can get the PowerPoint and get into that. It is about to be inclusive and to be about consultation, bottom up, with the unions at the forefront. So there is this institutional leverage enshrined in law, and that's a bit different from what I've seen in Chile. There has been some material given to workers, and I think it would be helpful or interesting for the ETUI to have a look at it. And it's about the why, the how, the what, so that it's a matter of our training and education. Likewise, you can get into the ACTU websites and get some information about it. So while we had the ACTU overwhelmingly committed, so the Confederation, let's say, committed, the federations themselves were divided, and especially there have been divisions within federations, and especially in the mining industry, as to whether people are exposed or less exposed to job losses and consequences. So of course you would have for example, the public sector or the education unions pro climate change, but the policy, but then it's a bit more difficult when it comes down to the mining industry. I won't go to the details, but you can understand this tension within the trade union movement, like the forestry workers and others being pretty much at the forefront of the opposition to all of that. So from there, there are 3 points where the targets to high or not high enough. It seems that it looks like a bit too difficult to achieve what we wanted to achieve, and the fear is that people say, well, just let's forget about it, just too hard. That's the first thing. The second thing is just like, what's the point of making significant efforts here in Australia, where Australian domestic emissions are peanut, and actually the problem is about ourselves feeding the world with fossil fuels. And the third thing was like, are we actually phasing down or are we phasing up? And it gets to my next point is, well, it looks that we have been phasing up. And this is the last report, I think it was from the University of New South Wales. It's about escalation. And we opened more mines, but we closed them. And the government is still very committed in supporting the mining industry and the fossil fuel industry big time. So the contention today, if you were in Australia, is not about doing less. It's rather how we can make more of it. And the big talk of today is to have a 25% tax on the export of gas. And this has been exacerbated, of course, by the conflict in the Middle East, and where we found ourselves short of energy when we were selling all that energy. So the logic there, infinitude of resources, we are the lucky country, but basically we don't really care. And we are actually going from extraction to escalation. So switching to Southeast Asia, and I'm here drawing on a book that is forthcoming with colleagues, a Senegalese colleague and a colleague from the University of the Philippines. So what is the situation in the global Southeast? Well, very little labor income share, even if this growth is not getting to people. Usually the labor law is very favorable to workers, but not enforced. Labor representation is fraught with ambiguity. Unions are often co-opted or complicit. The important thing, and I'll come back to the start, is that demographics matter. It's labor-centric. It's labor-intensive. When well, the most vulnerable means young women, rural workers, migrant workers are being the most exploited, but this is nothing new to your ears. Well, the integration into value chains is something that I will discuss further, something that is with uneven outcomes. So let's get more into that. This was basically the framework for or analysis that came out of the analysis was not said before. That was really after all the works done by all the colleagues. And here the most important things are the three big factors: the states that are there to usually pacifying workers, global value chains, and foreign direct investments. As you have been able to see at the start, it's like more than 75 million people who are dependent on those value chains, and the spillover from China, which has some also impacts on workplace democracy. Say, the most important word, the elephant, is demographics, and large wave of people who are getting into the proletariat, whatever form of proletariat, latent or ever, which is this infinitude as well. You always can tap into that. Say, we are in a context really of a multiscalar and uneven development. And what we've seen is that the more there is integration into global value chain, and the more partition into the system, which is that I put it that in one sentence, the process of value extraction or labor extraction comes through system extraction. You've got split systems where people under weak representation and under global governance have no rights, basically, and so it helps this pattern of hyper exploitation that we see across the region, whatever the regime. So that's then question mark: does the regime really matter? Then coming from also going to another issue is the issue of development. And is there a ladder of development? And not really. It's a folding ladder. It's a multi-layering of labor, and that makes it very difficult for people to create a class consciousness and collective interest, and to organize and to build contention. So I describe that as sliding slates, or sliding scales, sorry. And the analogy is the analogy of continuous, often escalator, with a continuous loop of scales. So for one who is going up, you need two to maintain the scale, and you've got three to basically fold in. So that's the way it is, and that's the reason why you've got this low income share coming in and sustain. So yes, if you try to think about counter-hegemony, well, democracy, well, that's the obvious header, but no, not to avail. It has to some extent in countries like Indonesia and Malaysia less, and perhaps some Philippines, but no. The state is still a dominant, I'd say, instrument of subordination of labor. It's labor dependent, so yes, labor agitation can be the answer, but it is the case in Vietnam, less so in Indonesia and Philippines, but to which extent it changed the game, not structurally. The idea is that, well, also if you've got partition within the systems, you don't have dislocation. We're talking about chains. If you think of it, chains are chains. So the way it works is because of brackets. The state is a bracket, but there are other brackets like the FDIs, like the social clause in free trade agreements. So perhaps disruption targeting those brackets might make a difference to some extent. But this is what happened in the early times of lean production in the USA. So it can be a union strategy, but that's not enough. So what I think, my colleagues agree, is that at best, what you're going to have is a better outcome in a political exchange with a bit like the same logic of the escalator, a bit more winners, but it has to be compensated by a bulk of losers. It's like a trample. And this is happening because of this mass reservoir of labor of the utterly poor people. So then you can think in terms of ideology, but there what we see is a bit like the rise of populism in the West or in the global North. There is instead a mounting support for the oligarchies, and people it can be in forms of chauvinist nationalism, like you think of China, or corporatism, you think of Singapore, in support of the statu quo and the order. So conclusion is that the odds are not for the time being for change of order in the global Southeast. It's much more about a deepening of the dynamics at play, and then that would be from extraction, but this time not escalation but exhaustion. That's in a nutshell what I can say. Did I make it on time? Yes.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Thank you, and for covering those the breadth that you did as well in a very concise, very nicely succinct manner there. That was excellent. So I'll just give a moment or two to wrapping up from our two speakers, and then we'd like to invite the audience to pose their questions. And what we'll do is we'll come to you with a microphone, and if you can say who you are and your affiliation, if you have one, that would be great. And then we get a sense of perhaps your vantage point or your particular perspectives a bit better. So, Francisca, and I hope I've encapsulated this, apologies if not, but essentially the takeout for me was about corporate companies or company strategies creating new ways of governing work and labour. And so that's implicit in that is a power relationship or a power dynamic with workers as well. And unions have awareness, and that needs to be brought much more into the fore in terms of action on the ground and strategically. So there is recognition that workers and unions need to have the power to shape the processes, and therefore workplace democracy is going to involve greater workplace capacity and intervention, that we would hope. So, and then with Stefan, just thinking in brief terms about some of your key messages there about bottom-up activism and exogenous pressures. They're important but insufficient in themselves. And so you have made the case with your analysis for there being an odds against a change of order, if you like, in the global Southeast. And I think you used the term secularization as well, and talking about the deepening, actually, of the dynamics that are currently at play. And with this meaning, unfortunately, and a bit pessimistically, move from extraction to an exhaustion state. So there's plenty of scope there, I think, for questions. And so if anybody would like to kick us off from those two very important areas of or points of departure, that would be great. Yes. Could we have a microphone, please? And thank you for staying online, Stefan. And we'll run through in local time to about 12:15. You can, yes, please. Oh, are you happy to do it?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I hope Stefan can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Hi, I'm a journalist on energy and geostrategy. And I was very enthusiastic about what you said of the importance of being at a certain point on a plane level, and there has to be a convergence between the people who are working on the field, the people who are putting the money that they're investing and want their money back and more, and the interest of the whole environment that has to stay. It's not a question of extracting and exhausting, and you said it, those were your last words of your presentation, of course. Now, is there a way that these three interests, which are shared in the good results, be converging? How do you design the equation that would put everyone together and say, look, this is good for all. Let's do it. We want skills. Go ahead. We want people happy. Go ahead. We want workers alive. Yes, of course. They're not just throwaway structures. So how? It's the how. But there is a common interest. It's not all conflict. I believe so. But it's not enough. You are the ones who are leading every one of these, let's call them sectors, although they all belong to the same consumers' rights and wishes. How? What's your equation, Professor?
Okay, Stefan, we'll take another question, I think, as well, and then we'll come back to answering both.
J'avais vu une main. I saw another hand up, yes. And of course, you can also ask your question in French because we have interpretation. If you could also present yourself, please.
Thank you very much, because it will be easier for me in French. So, bonjour, je m'appelle Maxime Kijou. Je suis donc
Maxime Kijou, I'm a sociologist at the CNRF. I will take the floor in the afternoon. So we conducted a survey on Decathlon, the company Decathlon. So the question was how this multinational is really presenting itself as being really an exemplary company on democracy and fundamental values. And we have discovered lately that some trade unions have really tackling environmental issues. I can't remember the name of the trade union. So these are trade unions representing the really middle staff, so the executive staff of the company. Have you seen, the two of you, the appearance of this type of trade unionists? So, middle managers, for example, and are organizing this new type of trade unions. Are they? Have you seen the appearance of this type of trade unions in your own regions?
Merci beaucoup. Perhaps Stefan, if you'd like to start, and then Francisca will come to you.
No more questions?
I will not answer the first question on the ground of Southeast Asia, because you may understand that contexts are very variable from one country to another, and depending on also the type of industries involved. I just want to mention something that I've been telling Yvonne time and time again, is that in Australia, if there is any enduring powerful in some sense movement, it is from the Aboriginal people, the indigenous voice, and this indigenous voice is also very important in the Pacific. I would include New Zealand, but also the other islanders who are putting pressure on this extractivism, and you even have Torres Strait Islanders that are suing the government, and I think those voices are very important for us to support in the future, and to relay also. So in relation to the second question, I think my colleague from Chile will be more able to answer.
Thank you, Stefan. Francisca. Oh.
Oh, you don't like to sit? You can stand up.
I will switch to French because I think it would be easier for me. Technology. Thank you. Sorry, I have a limitation with both language, so I will try to answer in French.
Well, I've not seen a middle management trade union committed to environmental issues, but we have the main confederation, so the National Confederation of Trade Union, which is the main trade union, which is very much involved in the debate on the current bills and for decarbonation and climate change. The problem in Chile is that so unfortunately, the trade unions, sign agreements, and the agreements later on are not applied at the grassroots because there is fragmentation at local level, because there is no capacity to enforce the agreement. So we have the problem of a very fragmented trade union, weak trade union, and also the companies so the trade union at company level are so focused on a discussion of basic rights, and we have the confederation, which is taking part of the discussion, but unfortunately they have not managed to really bring the debate to the grassroots, to the company level.
Questions? We still have a few minutes before. Sorry, if you could switch off your microphone, please.
But
so if you allow me in a couple of words in French. in Australia. So we don't have a works councils. And if you really look in depth, so there is a lot of differences between the workers' trade unions and the others. So electricians, for example, are innovative. They are really interested in new ideas. But for example, the dockers, the maritime unions, they are how would I say, very active. So there is a difference from the really different trades, and I think it is important to really explore the position of the trade union according to the trade sector they are representing. I think it would be very interesting to have a approach company by company. I think it's a very relevant question.
Thank you very much. Just an interregnum. It was fascinating what you were saying before, Stefan, about the indigeneity question, if you like. And so I started Googling, as one does, and there's some recent work coming out from Aotearoa in New Zealand about Indigenous climate justice. And one of the titles is about the dangers of misrecognition within climate policy making. So indeed, I think there is some movement on this. It's patchy and it's not across the Pacific, as you're saying, yes. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. It can be to bridge Pacific people together in a very strong way. And whatever the French Pacific or Australia, New Zealand, and Pacifica, there's a strong, vector for a collective bottom-up democratic voice there.
Yes, which segues very nicely. And we have another question, I think, from Ivan.
Ivan.
Yes, thank you very much for your contribution. Very interesting. I would like to come back on this concept that there is so much variation and differences. And yes, people, we can see there is a fluctuation over time. People are not interested in an issue, but due to a natural disaster, suddenly people are really paying attention to something, even though this was not really a popular subject. So yes, there is fluctuation over time, and this is really important. But also we have geographical differences. And Stefan, you were talking, also the differences from one company to another, but also from one trade to another. For example, the health sector I'm more familiar with. Well, this is a sector where there has been really a lot of differences from, for example, nurses in the hospitals. They have really been involved in social actions, but really, the psychiatry, for example, they are much more political in hospital. We can see that the doctors have always represented, this intellectual group. They don't want, really, they're not interested in social contestation and really dispute. So I think it is important to really keep in mind that things can really fluctuate over time, geographically, and from one branch to another.
Thank you, Ivan. Any other questions before we ask our speakers?
I have a question myself, but I want to open
it.
Yes, please. And then I'll open mine as well. If you can also present yourself, sir.
Okay, Walter Luijten, KU Leuven. I want to sort of pick up on that. I mean, most people are focused on themselves more than others. Most people are focused on the present rather than the distant future. They're focused on the local situation rather than the distant situation. And so why would we expect trade unions who present their members and the interests of their members to all of a sudden depart from that? I mean, how do you expect an Australian coal miner to say, please put me out of a job so that no more coal will reach distant countries, whereas he perfectly knows that if he stops mining coal, someone else will mine coal. So, I mean, it would require people to go against their own interests, which may not even work. So I'm not sure that you know, unions or anyone else can bring people to that level of altruism.
Thank you. I think that's a question that goes to the heart of the matter. So thank you for raising that. Okay.
Very much to the heart of the matter. I would like to.
Can we
Sorry, I would like to build up on that and then
pose another question from Bart van Herke?
Thank you. So you're, if I may summarize your question, you're perplexed about why we should be perplexed in a way. That's something like that. So, and I also, that was also going to be my question to you, Francesca. So I wrote down, corporate climate strategies became mechanisms to coerce workers, including through fear and reduce autonomy. I think those were some of that was, you know, sort of your key message. So my question is also building on the previous question. Why is it so? Because you compared the situation in Chile, you referred to the north where it is different. Why is it so? What is specific about Chile or that part of the world that makes trade unions more perplexed or unable to act or to come into action on this topic than it is in Chile, for example? So what are the institutional or other constraints that would explain that perplexity of the trade union movement? So that would be my first question. The second one is, so if it's true that corporate climate strategies have become mechanisms of coercion, I absolutely want to believe you on that. You researched it, I didn't. But how did that come about? I mean, I don't believe in conspiracy theory, so I suppose it's not the matter that evil employers somewhere had a big scheme, a big plan that they are going to use corporate climate strategies as mechanisms of coercion. But it nevertheless happened, or it's happening. So how does that come about? Just as a naive sociologist on the topic, I would like to hear that. And then Stefan, you used two beautiful words there, or concepts or images. The development ladder is a folding ladder, but also sliding scales. So beautiful images, but I didn't quite understand what you meant by that. Could you expand a bit on the folding ladder and the sliding scales that lead you to class decline, I believe. So thank you for that.
Okay, so perhaps, Francesca, would you like to kick off?
Well, about the first question, I don't know, maybe... Dans quelle langue? Oh. Ok, en français. Peut-être je suis
Maybe
un peu négative.
I'm a bit negative. However, I think the environmental issue will kill us all. Yes. Why should trade unions be really should pay attention to this phenomenon? Because I can see that, you know, they are left out of the decisions which have a negative impact. Even so, I think that there is no alternative. The trade unions have to be involved. So either they take part to the debate, or they will, you know, be left out, and the workers will pay the price of poor decisions, because decisions are being taken with or without the trade unions. Unfortunately, this will be my answer. So the perplexity. So I don't think this is something specific to Chile. No, I think you can see in Europe some trade unions which are perplexed. But what is specific maybe to the situation in Chile is that the trade unions are very weak. They, for example, they cannot bargain at sectorial level. the trade unions are divided. Companies can, really ban strikes, and the public sector employees, unfortunately, do not have a right to strike. So their rights are quite restricted. What I've observed is that the companies do really use the trade unions against the own communities. And in 2024, I have conducted a survey in a forestry company, and we can see that the trade union, when they were in a conflictual situation with the local community because the company had polluted water, and the company used the trade unions and exploit the trade unions and send them to meet with the local population. And just shifting to English. So we've seen a lot of such examples. The problem is that the trade unions are not aware or do not understand when they are being exploited by the companies, when the companies are using the climate change, the environmental issue to exploit them and to reorganize the labor system. We have seen example of coercion. So we can see companies who are greenwashing themselves, but actually they are just using this as an excuse to introduce new technologies which will replace the workers, and these new technologies which allow them to also supervise and control the workers. So the companies are taking advantage of the obligation to really adopt these new methodologies. I have conducted a survey of the larger companies, and they have the law. Does it force them to make changes? But actually, they don't do it because that's because they're interested, but they use this as an excuse for restructuring. I hope I was clear enough.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. And Stéphane, perhaps, would you like to come back to the questions from Ivan's all the way through?
Yes, shortly. When I put the two words forward, infinitude and indifference, is like it's a way to say, well, there is plenty of resources, natural resources, plenty of labor. So why should we bother? All right, who cares? And this is where we're at. And then from the first comment, this is what we are struggling with internally in the Australian trade union movement. Like if you're in the mining industry, there's a division between those who are involved in exports, because those guys are not targeted, but those who are involved into all mining and mining related activities targeted by the net zero, the domestic policy, those guys, they're gonna lose their jobs, and they don't want to. And in many cases in rural Australia, regional Australia, where you've got the mines, you close that and you close the community. That's it. End of story. So there's very strong community resentment. And the first comment, it does makes a lot of sense if you want to listen what's going on in Australia. In relation to this climate change policy, Second thing about the sliding scales, what I mean, or the folding ladder of development, you need to look at the abyssal, I mean, or stratospheric level of inequality with something in some countries like 98% of the growth, the revenue of the growth is going to the top. You know, and I mean a little bit to the middle class, but the sheer volume of the working class got nothing. I mean, they're working. We're talking even not the working poor is worse than that. we close in many cases we close to modern slavery. So so it means there is growth. Well, I mean, there is growth on the ladder, right? But it's folding. It's sliding. Means that for, as I said, for one to be better off, you need perhaps 10 to be worse off. And the 10 to be worse off will be forever found in this reservoir of labor. And this is not new. That was well described by Marx when he was talking about proletarianization 100 years ago. Okay, we're looking at the same thing, and the same phenomenon occurring again. It's another way also to put forward this, I think, very helpful theorization coming from labor geography on uneven and multiscalar development. So I just wanted to qualify this multiscalar in the context of Southeast Asia and what they call the global Southeast, which is a euphemism for let's say, renewed or reframed imperialism.
Thank you very much. And I think that some of the themes that are being touched on here in terms of role of unions, raison d'etre, etc., will crop up again and again over the course of this event, particularly when we start looking at, for example, coalitions and collaborations and other entities and their relationship with trade unions. I'd like to thank both of our speakers very much for your fascinating and really insightful contributions. It's a delight to have you both here, and we'll express our gratitude in the usual way. Bonsoir, Stéphane.
Yeah, good night.
Okay. So now we come to another interesting part, that is lunch. And that will last till 1:30, and then we'll resume in this room, okay? So lunch is down on the bottom floor, I believe. Is that right, Lorraine?
Okay.
Ground floor. Yes. Yes, yeah.
And then between 1 and 1:30, we can come back here and grab some snacks.
Okay, and just because some people are asking, people can leave their things in the room?
Yes, I can ask for someone to close the door. Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Bonjour. Oui, c'est ça. Donc, alors, nous allons commencer cet après-midi.
We're going to start this afternoon with a first session where we'll hear a pair of researchers from the ETUI, the European Trade Union Institute, and those two researchers are going to look at democracy at work in the North and in the South, in line with our approach. So Sarah Lafuerte had a PhD on the representation of work in Spain, and within the EU institutions, Mohamed Bashman, who is working with her, is a PhD researcher in law at the University of Aberdeen, and he's a former union activist. He will talk about workers' participation and representation within large companies in Africa.
In the agenda, it's Bashman. So
Okay, so you go.
happy to.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Professor Ivan. And also, thank you, Sarah, for making this possible. To provide context to what I will be sharing, I want to mentioned that earlier on, I think Bart and both also Evan and the last session kind of provide an overview of issues around workers' participation. So this particular presentation will narrow it down to the board level kind of workers' participation. So in my own presentation, I will situate it to the Global South context. I'm originally from Nigeria, though I'm based in the UK at the moment, and also have had vast experience organizing within the context of emerging economy. So what you should expect in my presentation is first, I'll take time to explain the dichotomy between bottom-up and top-down democracy, which has been done in the morning. We might likely skip that. Then importantly, I'll situate modern cooperation as a political actor. I think Professor Evan mentioned that in the morning, especially within the context of the multinationals. Thereafter, I'll build on a recent theory by Kwang around political capability approach to the cooperation. Thereafter, I will situate board-level workers' participation as a cornerstone of bottom-up democracy. Thereafter, I will share some conclusion and major takeaway. So, proceeding forward, I won't dwell so much on this. I think Bart in his presentation kind of earlier in the morning during the opening kind of introduced us to the general idea around bottom-up democracy. So, but importantly in all of this, within the context of corporate law, there is this missing link. Researchers have viewed corporation mainly as a legal entity or a political vehicle. In all of this, we miss the fact that modern corporation, especially multinationals, also within the context of the big tech, they wield enormous political power. I think one of the presenters in the morning was talking around just transition. If you look at it critically, you get to realize that corporations are the one setting the tone, dictating, mainstreaming the kind of narration we are having around just transition, even though just transition is historically a labor law terminology. They've taken over it, they've twisted it to suit their own narrative. But within the context of corporate law, this is how a typical bottom-up democracy would look like. We'll have the corporation at the top. Then at the middle, you have the board, wherein majority of the power is being exercised. Then below, you have the worker functioning as citizens. I understand the demography of the participant. I will not be too theoretical, but I think it's important. There's no way we'll have this kind of conversation without going back to academic scholarship or also theory. So at inception, scholars, practitioners have always looked at company as a legal entity created by the state to fulfill the personal aspiration of individual shareholders. So in this sense, they see company as a private entity promoting within the context of capitalism existing mainly to make profit. Then in the middle 70 came the Chicago Boys. Sorry, I'm using that's what they refer them to. I'm also being gender sensitive, but they call them Chicago Boys because I think the three major proponents are all male. We have the likes of, Richard Coase, then we have Williamson and others. They are the Chicago scholars that took a more economic view to the idea of cooperation. They view cooperation as more as a transactional cost theory. They propounded theories around nexus of contracts, seeing shareholders coming to form business, even equating workers to also be part of the nexus of those contracts. In all of these two theories, both the legal theory and the, oh, sorry, I'm not sharing this. Aha. So, yeah, so in all these two theories, they view the company as a private entity. But our current reality indicates otherwise. And then came the most recent of this theory is the political capability theory by Kwang, recently 2006. he viewed the company mainly as a political actor. And I think Addison made a famous description of what a modern corporation looked like. And she said that a modern corporation is actually a private government. And if we look at our current reality, that's not far from the truth. I'm currently based in the UK. We've seen how the first trillionaire in human history is influencing political discussion in the UK. The same thing is happening in the US, and he's not doing that as an individual, he's doing that through the instrumentality of his corporation, specifically using X to project certain idea. So that's to tell you that beyond is no longer correct to limit our understanding of company to either a legal entity wherein folks come together to aggregate their economic interests or an economic vehicle to pursue profit. Within our current reality, we should begin, especially within the left, and also as trade union, we should begin to look at corporation as a political entity. So to situate that, I said that I'll be sharing experience from the emerging economy. So basically, in his presentation, he mentioned that, that's quoting Kwak, he identified that a modern corporation exercises 4 major political power. The first is the lawmaking power, and the second is the governance power, the third being the discursive power, and the last being the political shaping power. So I'm going to share this with you within the context of real life experience. First, starting with the lawmaking power, corporations these days, especially the big ones, actually make law not just at the national level, but even at the transnational level. Sharing the experience with Meta in Kenya, Meta was actually using content moderator to regulate their content, but to save costs. That's what they will use, but we call it raising to the bottom. To avoid liability, they brought in a third-party contractor, Somersault and others, to recruit those content moderators for them. So when they were issued, the content moderator went to court, and the court actually ruled in the initial preliminary judgment that Meta is the employer on record. Seeing trouble, Meta pressure the government of Kenya to pass a law. The case is still before the Supreme Court. In the middle of litigation, the Kenyan government already passed what they call the Business Law Amendment Bill. In that bill, there's a clause that Meta and other big tech will be protected from litigation from their employer. So that's to tell you how powerful corporations are. And recently, also just last week, those of you that have been following the issue around platform work, we've seen how employers were able to push negotiation at the level of ILO regarding Convention 193. Those of you that are conversant with it will see that what was agreed on at the end of the day was not the original draft. What was a huge compromise, and that compromise was dictated by the big corporation, the lack of Uber, Boats. So that's to demonstrate to you that seeing company or viewing company within the context of it being a legal entity or an economic vehicle is not enough. If we're talking about democracy dwindling, weakening democracy, we have to begin to look at company as a real political entity so that we can start knowing who to hold accountable or where to find leverage. Then second one, which connect basically with where I'm from Nigeria. Currently, the African richest man is also from Nigeria, and he has a refinery. I think in the last estimate, they're saying that they produce almost 1 million barrels per day. One day he wake up to sack 800 workers at a go. 800 workers at a go, without following the established due process around redundancy, nothing. He just wake up that these workers are saboteur, he sacked them. Ordinarily, one would think that the government will rise up to this and say that, hey, this has economic implication, but the government are actually siding with him. Because one, he is not just the African richest man, as a company, Dangote Refinery sets its rule around employment. And that will, let me point it out, the fact that I'm pro-union, being a union person, but the truth is that labor law itself is not enough, it's limited in holding corporation accountable. I think when a presenter was talking around just transition, I think she mentioned around the fact that corporation, labor law, unions are not capacitated enough. The truth is that even the law, especially within the context of Global South, the law limits what a union can actually engage on. Like in Nigeria, there's a difference between dispute of right and dispute of interest. Legitimately, a union cannot go on strike around dispute of interest. If a union must go on strike in Nigeria, they must tie it to existing rights, which is contained, which will classify a duty of, which will classify as dispute of right. I don't know how to obtain in the Europe, but that's the situation. So this shows there's a limitation to what even if the trade union on their own want to hold the big corporation accountable, there's a limit to what they can do because some laws actually limit the ability to do some things. Then there's also the discursive power, and this pertains mostly to how big corporations measure or set agenda on how we think. And I think this is more prominent with the big techs. We've seen how Facebook, they keep shaping narrative. They magnify some things through the use of algorithm. I mentioned what is happening in the UK at the moment. There was an incident two incidents, one in England, one in Scotland. The one in England tend to appeal to the world richest man. He magnified it through his X page, and that gained more traction. But within the context of Africa, we also see how big tech and mainstream media, mostly from the global north, project the Arab Spring. So that's to tell you that corporations actually mirror, set agenda for us. So if you're talking about strengthening our democracy, beyond looking at our elective officers, the parliament, we should be looking inward into what big companies are also doing. Then lastly, and which is also very relevant, is that big corporations, especially multinationals again, they equally dictate who gets what, especially within the context of where I'm from. And the most classical example is what is happening in South Africa now. The ruling party, since the end of apartheid, they've been the one dictating who gets what, because they have the financial muscle. Election in Africa is a capital project. So the big donors, but it's not just an African problem. Even in the US, we've seen how big tech billionaires contributed towards the emergence of the person currently in the White House. So that's to tell you that in looking forward, in talking about dwindling democracy, depending democracy. Okay, so to wrap it up, these are the powers, and company doesn't operate on its own. It operates through an instrument, and the instrument is the board of directors. So the power order in every company is in the board of directors, and the thesis of my presentation is that in holding corporation accountable, there's a need to look inward into the board and have workers participating in decision making that will go a long way to counter whatever is coming out from the board. So this is an illustration to say that ideally workers' participation comes in either through the union collective bargaining, through the works council, or through the board level. So I think Sherry Armstead did a great job in 1969. She has this ladder of citizen participation. In the first three categories, we have the non-participation. The middle one, we have the degree of tokenism. Then the last upper one is where we have the degree where there's actual participation. If you situate this within the contents of the three modes of workers' participation, you will realize that the board level workers' participation falls within Amstel model. Not to say that board level workers, trade union workers' engagement is not effective, but the truth is, as I mentioned, sometimes capacity and also the enabling law limit the ability to do some things. And also because some of these corporate actions, once they are taken, to reverse it will be a challenge. Talking about labor law, for example, now, when a company has its rules around how a worker will be sanctioned, and you accepted that condition of employment, coming back to fight it might be a bit challenging, especially within the context of private employment law. So, but when you begin to have workers participating in corporate governance, they tend to, at the apex level, make decisions that will counter whatever the corporation will be. So, to make it, to round off, I'm already running out of time. First, I want to emphasize that board level workers participation actually provide a genuine means of countering corporate excesses. And there are evidence, especially from Germany, the Nordics. The German experiment has proven very effective in terms of accountability. But in closing, this is not to say that we're going to discountenance other forms of workers' participation. In Germany, we've seen union collaborating with Works Council, and also even union participating at the level of the board. So these three, they are complementary, they can run concurrently, and it should actually be suicidal if we're saying that we're going to pick one and leave the other. Why board level workers participation will help in strategic decision making. The union will help when it comes to some functional, everyday issues. So the long and short of it is that my thesis is arguing that board level workers participation is the most effective way to counter the current corporate excessiveness. And as union, we should also be looking into what is happening at the board level, because there's this popular saying that there cannot be political democracy without economic democracy. In closing, I will say thank you, and I'll wait to get your feedback. Thank you.
C'est celui-là qui marche. Oui, alors merci beaucoup de cette intervention. Alors ça voulait dire 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for your intervention. So this meant 5 minutes and not stop, but you were sticking to the time. So I'm giving the floor to Sarah Lafouette. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was intending to speak in English actually, but I mixed the two. So thanks so much for the invitation today. And sorry, I missed part of the conference this morning, but I hope, I will connect with what was previously said, and especially with Bashman here, because we've been discussing about this topic as well as part of our research together. So I wanted to start with a small riddle here to kind of launch my presentation. Here are some excerpts that refer to the employer's approach and reaction to 2 different initiatives attempting to democratize the firm. One bubble refers to 1931 approaches. It was the Second Republic in Spain, and there was a proposal for a law of workers' control that did not even suggest a decisive role of workers in the board. It referred to a sort of advisory role for workers, and that law was, of course, rejected and never passed. That was the closest progressive attempt to introduce this level of worker representation in Spain. And the other bubble refers to more recent, very actual references and reactions by employer, the main employer association in Spain, regarding a tentative today from Ministry of Labor to put this topic in the agenda of social partners in Spain. So there is also an attempt to promote a law, but first passing it through the collective bargaining, social actors in the negotiation tables. So who wants to make a guess, perhaps? Which one do you think refers to employers' approach 1 century ago, and which one is the current one? Yes. Sorry?
The right one, the one on the right?
It's the old one. The old one. Correct. It was too easy. Well, yes, indeed. The right one refers to reactions by conservative opposition in 1931 regarding this proposal. And here we've got all the semantics of the employers today, as recent as March, regarding this tentative to promote a law which, among other things, tries to democratize firms by putting workers and trade unions in company boards. But at least I think it was a bit easy to break the ice, but at least this shows a bit that the semantics from the employer rejection concerning these rights have not changed substantially, at least from those that are on the radical sphere, right? Has not changed that much since 1 century ago, but also shows that this is a long-standing battle, right? To introduce worker oversight into corporate strategic decision-making. This is not new. This is actually a historical debate and fight on industrial democracy. And also a third point, perhaps, it's to show at least that it's not really about data, but more about ideology, right? Employers simply don't will to lose actual control and power over their property. So it's as simple as that. Then against this apocalyptic vision, I would say, because, oh, sorry, perhaps I should go back first, right, to the issues like workers are not prepared. This will be the cataclysm for business, right? Companies will not survive. It will generate major distrust, etc., right? So against this quite radical vision, we have the other radical vision from the labor's perspective. Here I took a quote, which is a bit misleading because I translated it from a French version of this original English, very interesting book, by the way, wrote in the 50s by Aneurin Bevan, who was an MP, Labour MP in the UK Parliament, and who wrote some pages about the impact and the feeling, the fear that a working class MP feels when entering for the first time the Parliament, which is looked as the House of Commons, right? Like an institution with a lot of loaded by powerful people and by the rich, by the dominant class for centuries. And he very nicely describes all these feelings, and this pretty much relates to what a worker or trade unionist might feel when entering a board, a corporate board, right? Because it's an institution that is not thought from a trade union cultural perspective. It's something else. It's a body in the corporation, the heart of power. So it may be quite scary at first. And the idea that responsibility, which is precisely what this attempt, at least theoretically, tries to make, right? To co-responsibilize workers from strategic decision-making when they enter a board. Responsibility without power is actually the most dangerous thing for the working class, because people don't know that the worker sitting there lacks real power in decision-making, but it may give the impression for the outside, for the staff, for the working people, that there is this co-responsibility. And this, he believes, super dangerous at the political democracy level. I found this parallel with what happens in corporate boards quite telling. So here, from this radical view on the labor side, we have all these arguments and risks that are brought against having precisely worker representation in company boards, because workers might be isolated, may not have the competences to really know what's going on there, financial data and so on. Well, you need to have a certain degree of knowledge. So there is also a risk of distancing from this sort of aristocracy of the working class from their from the staff they are supposed to represent. and the like, confidentiality rights. So perhaps it's not the most effective level for workers to actually act as counterpower of corporate power. So that's another view, right? So here we got like the two extremes that are still current. We were talking 100 years ago, but we can still hear these arguments in the progressive side of the political spectrum, in trade union movement debates, and so on. So now this is how I wanted then to organize a bit my presentation around these ideas. Is board level employee representation at all desirable? Yes, but is it at all feasible? Which are two different things, right? One, we talk about arguments and aspirations, and another thing is reality and what is the political momentum. And I owe this approach to several discussions with my colleague Stan Despichelare, because we have worked for a very long time together on this. So desirable, I will already mention my conclusions because I see time passing and I may not get there. But is it desirable? Well, we may think, well, in a way, yes, we will see, and there's plenty of evidence and research pointing at the benefits to have worker, even of the idea of the narrative of having workers sitting in the heart of power of corporations, what they can do, what has been their impact in the economy, in the company, in protecting jobs at times. When we mentioned the German model, Bashman just also mentioned a bit, and so on. But at the same time, it is also not a panacea, right? And we should perhaps limit the expectations around this institution, because it doesn't solve everything, like the fragmentation of the workforce, decentralization. We are studying in industrial relations. This is not an answer to this. It might be perhaps perceived as opening opportunities for participation, but provided that some conditions are met, such as a design that empowers actually workers in the board, and a certain practice in a larger context of democracy at work. And then concerning the feasibility, is there a momentum? Well, could be, but it's all relative as well. I'm sorry, but that's why we do research to nuance and to not have very straightforward answers, I guess. Because we also depend, of course, of the larger political economy context, industrial relations, how power relations the balance of power exists beyond the corporation itself, so within the larger project of political economy, sorry. And we can see it actually that in this level of participation was more prominent in coordinated market economies, and it's not a coincidence as such. So I will argue that legislative action can still be done, and there is room for that. However, we also need social mobilization, and to have pressure, and so that social actors, particularly unions, take hold of this institution themselves. So on the desirability, well, as I said, this is like more meta studies. There have been a lot of evidence and research. I have not mentioned them here, but on the economic impact of board level employee representation, particularly in Germany, because of course in these studies, this institution of board level representation in the decision making, the strategic decision making, is taking as an independent variable, independent because it exists. So we look at those countries where this institution exists, and then we look at how it has impacted other sorts of variables, economic variables, like productivity, like also non-financial aspects in the company, and also at large in the economy. We have this very interesting European Participation Index, for instance, that colleagues from the ETY have worked on, where board level employee representation is one of the variables composing this index, but not only, also collective bargaining and social dialogue and other matters. This is, of course, very important, especially to show that we have economies like the German one that have not been negatively affected by this sort of participation. So this is a very strong argument towards employers, right? Towards business, in a context where competitiveness is the flag notion at this moment. It is perhaps, we could say, at least neutral. It can be favorable, but at least neutral, not negative in a universally way. But what I found most interesting from a progressive perspective is the social and political power of this institution. It does open participation spaces within the company that were not very available, accessible before it. It provides information and consultation that is not available for workers in other levels. It provides a space for negotiation even as well at the top level of the corporation. And of course, symbolically, and it has this powerful connotation to break the authoritarianism within the firm. I could go beyond, like having an impact also in terms of equalization of remuneration, because when the workers are part of the decision makers in how the CEO, for instance, is remunerated, then of course companies tend to have a more long-term perspective as well. But, and here comes the but the technical details of all these institutions do matter. And we find that in those countries where board level employee representation was established, there are different ways to establish it, and some are more beneficial for workers than others. In some, workers may really have a say and an influential one, more than in others where only one member can be sitting in the board in front of 12 members representing shareholders, for instance. I won't quote countries right now, simply to mention or highlight the key elements here. One is the scope. Which companies are actually covered by those legal obligations to have workers on board? This is essential. It's key to understand what can be the portée, the reach of this participation. And sometimes it depends on the thresholds, how big a company is. Sometimes depends on the sector of the legal form. Some legal forms are covered, some not. So one needs to read the little writing there. Another aspect is the board. What is the composition? Yes, thank you. What is the composition? Actually, the critical mass. Do workers have a critical mass on this board or not? Or is it just a symbolic representation? But also, what are the powers of the board in which they are sitting? It's very relevant to look at the German case, for instance, where the supervisory boards, these are the boards that are participated by employees or trade unions. These boards have a massive impact in corporate governance, in the decision making and the strategic. So they can really block decisions on transactions, on appointing the managerial team and so forth, which is not the case in a country like France, like Spain. The board has not such a footprint in the decision making. And then we also want to look at what is the actual collective right of participation. Does that mean that the workers in the board can block decisions, or only some of them? Are they actually involved in every single committee, or are they excluded from the strategic committees of the board? That's also relevant to look at. So a lot of the devil is in the detail, as we would say. And also, how are these members represented, elected or appointed? And here I turn to the importance to frame or look at this level of representation in the board in a larger context of industrial relations. Because if we have different actors sitting in the board and representing workers outside of the board, so within the company, in works councils, in other areas, in trade union delegations, then the potential of this voice raising up, scaling up, is broken, because there is no connection, no articulation of this workers' rights, workers' voice across the company. So really relevant to articulate those rights, to have them thought in an integrated scale of participation and also as part of a larger socio-economic project. This is how rights like co-determination in Germany or in Sweden could be introduced in earlier times as part of larger projects, also taken and headed by unions themselves. And a couple of notes on feasibility, because I'm reaching the end of my presentation here today. On the feasibility, well, yeah, we can see that this is actually working. This is a model that has worked for decades in several member states. Here, at least I'm talking about Europe, the European Union, of course, and its member states, because this is what I know, not for anything else. And we see here in this little map that all the dark blue colored countries do have some legislation mandating for worker representation in company boards in one or other way. Those with lighter blue have more restrictive rights, only applicable to public sector companies, some of them. But the dark blue ones do apply those rights for private sector companies, at least in some form. So this is a model that does exist and has worked for years. Now, is there a momentum? Is it so? I mean, can we look at this picture as a static picture? Well, that is problematic, because when we look, and this is a bit oldish survey that colleagues from the ETY did, but still it is the most exhaustive survey that was ever done vis-a-vis board level employee representative. They wanted to make a census and to see what was the practice of this level of representation. And here we see that still, and despite the fact that we find legislations in many more countries, the practice itself is more focused or recurrent in Germanic countries and Nordics. This is where we can actually find much more representatives sitting in boards and having an actual practice and trade union practice of this level of representation. In those countries, we actually see also attacks and some setbacks regarding these rights. So it is not an acquis, but it is constantly attacked, fearing or risking being undermined by legislation, by employers' voice and business lobbying. And then we have the rest of countries, the forgotten countries, on what I call the forgotten countries on co-determination studies. This was the focus of the book you have there at the end of the room. You can help yourself if you're interested. Those countries where there is no legislation on board level employee representation, or not a very established practice, yet there was some debate. The idea, there is some aspiration, or there has been some attempts. But perhaps in those countries, and perhaps to mention as a highlight, mostly the other preconditions were not there, or the designs of the legislations existing were not sufficiently, did not offer sufficient resources to worker reps in the board, or trade unions were not very convinced by the idea, which means that they were not really taking it on and believing this was a right strategy to push their workers' rights. And then from the EU, now we have the proposal of a 28th regime, which means essentially an idea to proposal by the European Commission to harmonize corporate law, but without any consideration for these rights, and even and not even to protect those national rights that exist. So basically, the only idea of worker participation that this proposal suggests is the financial participation via ESOPs, share ownership plans, but not representation. So to wrap up on my initial points, which I summarize here as conclusion, could board level employee representation be a weapon for bottom-up democracy in European corporations at least? Well, we see it is an inspiring idea, and institutions, I think this should not be underestimated, because a powerful idea can mobilize a lot and is still referred to. So that's very powerful. There are opportunities for development, but there are no grants that this will be kept in those countries where we do have institutions, and certainly we need to have a strong and connected legislative action, but also linked with strong social mobilization. And I'll leave it there. Sorry, I was a bit long at the end. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup. Donc,
thank you very much. So now we have come to the discussion. No, we are not. No, actually, we are quite on time. So who wants to start with the first question, contribution, reflection on this issue of democratization of the workplace? We need a microphone. Yes. Thank you very much to Bashman and Sarah for their presentations. I have two questions. One question for each of them. So, following Bashman's presentation, I can see that today the trade unions, which were supposed to play the role of counterpower, especially, facing the state and the government, and also, the employers. It took the example of the cement factory, which fired 800 people, and with no reaction from the government. So we are currently in a situation where workers have to really create themselves the counterpower, especially when they're faced with the political and economic powers. But this is not happening. I would like to ask you, in the case of Nigeria, which has a economic really situation which is comparable to the Côte d'Ivoire, which I have studied, which is also under the pressure of multinationals. Could we say that the trade unions, sometimes really sometimes siding with interests like competitiveness of the country, which is above their own interest? Or is it because the trade unions are incapable of really improving the social conditions of the workers? My second question, Sarah, following your presentation, I have some questions on the value of representative democracy today. You mentioned the trade unions who have to sit in the board of directors to represent the trade unions. But my question is, representative democracy as such, does it really represent the workers? I would like to know if it's still a model which is working at company level. Shouldn't we, find new ways of maybe more direct democracy, so it could become a counterpower to the economic power of the employers? Because actually, one wonders, this workers' representative, what can they do when they are sitting faced with these economic players? Are they in a capacity, at the board level to defend the interest of the workers? Thank you very much, Arnaud. So these are very broad questions. Maybe we will group a few questions so that you can answer grouped questions, but followed by other
Thanks a
questions.
lot
I can
for
see.
two excellent presentations, colleagues. Really, really fascinating. My question would be to Sarah. First of all, I noted here, responsibility without power is a dangerous thing for the trade union movement. I think that's that's something very important. Maybe not only for the trade union movement, but especially for them. But that's just something I noted. Thanks for sharing. So my question, Riga, it relates to what you said about the positive impact of board level employee representation in economic terms, in social political terms, in terms of narrative, etc. And so I was just curious, what do we really know about the positive economic impact of board level employee representation? I'm very curious, even how that would be measured. I have no idea, but I'm a sociologist. I do know, we know from research, we just published a policy brief at the ETUI about the fact that workplace democracy in general has a positive impact on democratic values, since we talk about democracy here today. People are less inclined to vote for the far right or extreme parties, let's say, when they are involved in some kind of workplace democracy. But of course, from there to a positive economic impact on companies, on productivity is of course something very different. So what do we really know about that? And if we really know that there is a positive economic impact, then what the heck is holding companies, employers, etc., back from having more workplace democracy? If it's evident that there is a positive impact, I'm curious. Thank you.
Merci Bart. J'ai vu des mains levées là, mais j'ai pu.
Thank you, Bart. I can see some raised hands. Yes, please go ahead.
Bonjour, Stéphane Pilet.
Stéphane Pilet. I represent CFDT Finance, the French trade union who is, taking interest of taking care of the financial interests of the trade unions. I was really struck by one of the last slides used by Sarah. So on, the lack of regulation and regulatory framework in some countries, this reminded me of something which was said in the morning, that some countries do not have a regulation on the trade unions in the public sector. So I can talk about what I know, namely France and the public sector in France. So we talked about regulation, legal framework, but I think today, it goes well beyond that. We can see also that in the public sector, especially that there is a lot of pressure from the top level, and we can see that this has an impact on the representatives. So you avoid, attacking the hierarchy because you're afraid of the impact this would have. Today we are in shortage, and the finance ministry is the one which always has to show the example by cutting really headcounts. So we have less and less workers in some ministries, and we can see, for example, even the trade unions don't take a leave. So we are understaffed. We don't have the means, the capacity to change things. So maybe it's a problem, of rich people we are complaining about in France. But, mentalities, it's very difficult to change the mentalities also due to the current situation. Is it something you have examined? What can we do to fight against this type of development? I hope you have taken good notes of all these questions. Someone at the back.
Walter Luit, KU Leuven. So just a remark and then a question. The remark is about a concern that was voiced about minority representation on boards. Now, most boards don't work by voting. most boards work by consensus. So a single person with a convincing argument can convince an entire board, even though numerically he's outvoted severely. That's my remark. The question is about the German system. I thought not only was it common for workers to be represented on the board, but it was also more common for workers to share in the fruits of the company by sharing, for instance, in the dividends, and that in doing so, the workers become more conscious that, okay, sometimes a company does well, and then there's a bigger profit and there may be bigger dividends. But when times are tough, then workers take for granted that there will always be a salary, whereas if they can also be part of the shareholder structure, they also realize that there are risks associated with entrepreneurship, and that those risks are reflected in the benefits or lack thereof that they can share. So is that also a factor in how workers look at being represented and having a different role than just being paid employees?
Merci. Alors, il y avait Madame et ensuite...
Thank you very much. And then one lady here. Can we have shorter questions, please? Yes, please. Yes, the microphone is on. Yes, it is on. Yes, we can hear. Yes, no problem. Okay. No, please, go. So the question of, really being a member of the trade union, who can become a member? And, also the issue of mobility, the European directive on the mobility of workers. So how can we make sure that the workers can be represented, in the board of directors, especially, when with this mobility of workers? So how to, really take this into consideration, the fact that the population which has to be represented is not stable, it's mobile. I'm not talking, about participation in the shares and dividends. This is much more really complicated, but we see the mobility, those who are not affiliated to a trade union. What about the unemployed and so on? Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Maybe a last intervention. Is anyone raising his or her hand?
Well, thank you very much for both presentation. I have a question for Sarah. Is there any evidence regarding the effects that this form of union participation has on rank and file workers' willingness to join unions and or to mobilize? Can you develop a little bit this argument of the negative view of this kind of union participation from workers? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Alors,
so maybe you started, so you can start providing answers. Can you start? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Pardon.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the first questions around union siding with capital, also probably are union compromising, to put it bluntly. I'm a union person. To be honest, we have instances of compromise, but the major issue within the context of the emerging economy are twofold. One is institutional limitation. I mentioned that in Nigeria, for example, a trade union cannot effectively take an industrial action on matters that are classified as dispute of interest. And that's what happened in Dangote's case. Dangote was arguing that those workers actually want to sabotage its billion-naira investment. So to him, it's not a labor issue. That was his argument. At that point, the leading union, which is the petroleum union, Pengasin, were handicapped. And the Nigerian government were actually treating the issue as criminal matter. They were not even treating it as a union matter. So you can see at that point, the law is not friendly to the union to effectively take any collective union action. That's one. Two is the issue of our current reality. The idea of company or workplace being a single place where you work is gradually changing. Now we have multinationals majorly headquartered in big cities like London, New York, Brussels, France, but their major operation is happening somewhere in Congo, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya. So the issue of agency comes into in. When the union is trying to take action, then you now begin to see the headquarters saying that the folks you are pushing to us are not our liability. We didn't employ them. And that was what happened in the Kenyan case, wherein Facebook is saying that those content moderators are not our workers. We don't have business relationship with them. So you can see in these instances, these are some of the limitations trade union face these days. And that's why the thesis is that instead of looking at doing things at the functional level, maybe we should begin to think of doing things more at the strategic level, where you have workers representation at the board level. They can able to make some of these counter some of these arguments or make some of this policy that will better the lot of the working people. So that's the argument. I think the second one around mobility is directed at Sarah. I will leave it at that, but just to mention around mobility, I think there was a recent case we discussed recently around the Esbenga, is it TUI case in Germany, around co-determination, wherein the EU APS court mentioned that the right for workers to co-participate is national in nature. That is, a German company, a worker in, let's say, Belgium, working for a German company cannot effectively enjoy co-determination rights. That's my reading of that judgment, but I think the question is directed more at Sarah, so I think I will leave it at that.
Okay, so I don't know where to start. I had many very interesting questions. Thanks a lot for those, actually. Perhaps starting from the end, because I took notes. What is the impact, or is there any research linking this level of representation to an increased willingness by workers, rank and file, to join a union? Not that I'm aware of. I know there are such studies linking strikes, industrial action, or even collective bargaining processes, and linking it with an increase where workers feel motivated to join a union because there is some mobilization ongoing, they learn about. And truly, the level of representation in the board is clearly much more mediated. Clearly much less visible, unfortunately, for workers from the rank and file. So perhaps, I said, in countries perhaps like Germany, this representation tends to be more visible because there are elections across the staff. So it may depend also very critically on how those workers sitting in the board, worker directors, are appointed or elected. In some countries, it is the Works Council directly which is entitled to be represented in the board. So it is a mediated representation, but it is a right for the Works Council, not for the workers as such. That's the case of Austria, for instance. But in cases like Germany, like France, some companies, it depends on the choice of the company, actually, which is quite strange or specific. But it may be the staff, and there may be some elections, like there are elections for the Works Council. There are also elections for the worker representatives in the board. And that potentially could initiate, if there would be a campaign and an informed campaign and with transparency of communication, and that could be potentially a space creating some willingness to join a union, or at least to support one or the other personality, one from this union or the other. But no studies as I'm aware of. And in my understanding, this is exactly like a peak of the iceberg of participation. So it is, affecting decisions at a different level. But of course, that depends also on the visibility that worker reps in the board want to also promote, and accountability they want to provide to workers as well, I would say. And trade unions might have different policies around this. Now, Bashman already commented the question on how do we deal with this in a Europe where we have corporate mobility and staff workers mobility. So when we can have a group with different subsidiaries in different countries, right? Then how do we ensure that those workers are represented or not? This is indeed an issue because currently worker representation on boards is very much linked to the national systems of industrial relations. So let's say if one worker would move from one country to the other, then this person receives all the industrial relations system of his or her country of employment would become applicable. So we may have a Portuguese national voting for worker representatives in, I don't know, in France, if this person works in France, right? And the employment contract is in France. So we have this possibility, but in terms of board level employee representation, there are some countries that have thought about this transnational dimension and that allow workers in foreign subsidiaries to be involved in the participation systems that they have. This concerns the Nordics mostly, but essentially Norway or Denmark do have some arrangements that allow a French employee of the group to be involved or be a candidate for the board in the company, in the main board of the group. That said, this is all theoretical, and in practice, it is not really functioning that well because it's not really known. So, yeah, that's a minus. I had, a very critical question on the impact, the economic impact, and I guess I have to answer this one because it's my boss who asked it. So, no, I will turn to the other ones, of course, but this is a critical one, Bart, because since I've been working on this topic, I've been looking at conclusive studies to be able to say, well, board level employee representation does favor productivity or whatever, to make a business case. And the truth is, and I'm not the only one, because I looked at my predecessors as well, that I did not find conclusive studies, mostly because most of the econometric studies are based on the German system, which is very particular, as we know, because there are many variables that can affect, there is not a very clear causal effect. And also it very much depends on who is financing the study. We may find very contradictory results. What seems to be conclusive, though, is the fact that we cannot argue that board-level employee representation works against productivity or could be, could risk business or no, all these arguments that I mentioned in my previous slide, the first slide. This is also not true, and there is not conclusive studies arguing for this. So we've got it's basically very, very ideological in the German context, and very difficult to find universalist studies because, of course, we're talking about very political essence here. So that's why I prefer to turn to the democratic argument, which I find more compelling in my, as far as I'm concerned. Then, very sorry, I noted here, that most boards vote or do not really vote. They decide by consensus. That is fully right. although I miss the internal eyes, honestly, and I would love to be able one day to be sitting in a board to observe how the dynamics interplay, because I did not have the chance for now. But clearly, in a way, one influential voice could change the course of events. But we also cannot deny that a critical mass of influential voices may have more impact in where the discussion is going, may have more impact in lobbying the different members of the board that are critical for a decision, even outside the board meetings, because these are the critical spaces where decisions are taken. Often we find ourselves with rubber stamp boards where everything is decided outside the actual formal meeting. So it's the more worker representatives are sitting there, the more options they have politically to influence in different spaces. So I think that still applies. And on the, sorry, I'm not sure I got your answer fully, sorry, your question fully right, because you were concerned about the lack of legislation, right? Regarding, on peut parler en français si vous. Ah. I'm really sorry because I missed the point. If your doubt was about legislation, the inexistence of legislation.
Oui, alors c'était effectivement cette partie-là n'était pas forcément une question.
Well, this was not really a question, but rather a point I was raising as a Frenchman, because there are discrepancies, the regulations. My question was rather related to another aspect. You do not only have regulation. Of course, we focus a lot on regulation in studies, research, because it's measurable. But today, you also have some psychological barriers that we may set up for ourselves as workers. I'm talking about economic ministries in France. Because of a shortage, we have less and less officials, and these officials, they will feel more and more pressure. They will feel less committed, less engaged, and when they are engaged, they are sometimes afraid of reprisals, retaliation. So my question is, do you take this into account? Because if we look at the democracy challenges, we also need to consider all these aspects. So I may answer your question in French if possible. Yes, indeed, this is a very good question. Of course, you have the cultural aspects, managerial culture, but also workers' culture, you know, and the fact that they have interiorized the fact that the owners or shareholders are the ones who own the capital, the business, and therefore workers, trade unionists should not feel engaged in this, should not pay attention to this. But studies have shown that when there is no legislation obliging people to take a step forward, then there is no real need, no real will to move ahead from a cultural viewpoint. So having a legislation, of course, is not a sufficient requirement, but it's quite useful if you want to have a system that may be useful and known by workers, and a system that employees may be keen on using. So first, you need legislation to be able to really push employers to move in this direction, because existing studies have shown that employers that do not want to really let control go, you know, they want to keep that control, you know, and so this is a political, it's a cultural thing, of course. So I do not know. Well, I imagine that maybe I haven't answered all the questions. If there are any people who are unsatisfied in a room and please let us know. But in the meanwhile, I would like to re-engage a debate. I think that, and you said this, I think so anyway, you said that democracy at work is an unknown. So it's something unknown, democracy at work, at the workplace, and so it needs to be invented. It has to be found out. Of course, we might try and see what we can do with the existing elements, but there are a number of things that maybe need to be invented, found out. So the first point is who can discuss this, because you have the impact of social norms. Everyone accepts the current state of society. Not everyone is like a poet, you know, who is dreaming of something. So we have these social norms and standards. For instance, I'm working a lot with hospitals, and on several occasions I hear people telling me, do you think that nurses have time to consider a way of having democracy at work? And here maybe we might initiate debates with researchers and stakeholders of the social movement to see what this might look like, a utopia of what democracy at the workplace might look like. Because if no one gives it some thought, then it will never come true. Then you also have the issue of the creativity of the social movement. So the creativity of the social movement. And this doesn't mean that you're going to strike in order to promote the demands of trade unions. No, I think that so the social movement has led to some of those creative ideas of democracy, and so maybe that we need to pay a lot of attention to the creativity that may be observed in social movements. For instance, nurses were applauded because they were able to take initiatives and manage the COVID crisis, and they were given a lot of room for maneuver to manage the pandemic on the first line, you know, when dealing with COVID patients in their wards. But when they came back to their initial wards, it was back to square one, you know. And sometimes the working organization was even worse than before COVID, because here the hierarchy set their own conditions. So if we could ask nurses to find out solutions to face the pandemics, we could also think that we might ask them for their view on how to make savings at the hospital level. And then you also have the issue of alliances. Certainly, when dealing with the North-South question, it's crazy to believe that in Switzerland you have the headquarters of Vitol, and Vitol is by far the first one, but afterwards Glencore is not too bad, and Trafigura is also quite huge, you know. And at the same time, there is no link between Swiss citizens and citizens from the countries where these multinationals are based, and they depend upon these holding companies that have their headquarters in Switzerland. The same applies to London, Paris. There is no link. And the political offer in African countries is either liberalism, so this is marketplace, you know, and making money, or you have the nationalist conservative approach as we can see it in Senegal for the time being. So there is no international link between countries where plants, the factories are based, and the countries where the headquarters are based. This is quite crazy. And here I'm asking for your opinion. So who's going to take the initiative and create these links? Are we going to stick to the national offer, or are we going to think of possible solutions? Because you may have also diaspora associations in Europe that finance some local development projects in the south. But you don't have a real macro approach to invent or reinvent democracy. So what about the creativity when it comes to the social movement? So which lessons can we draw from the social movement, and how would we consider new North-South alliances? Of course, feel free to intervene in the room. There are 2 interventions, so you have some time to reflect upon my points. I'm sorry, there is no microphone. The mic is not working. I do not know. No mic. We're off. Oh, now it's on. Okay. So I was saying that, well, I was reacting to Yvan, who said that, well, we have had 1.5 centuries of social democracy. The ETUI is a good example of social democracy. Trade unionism is a democratic organization. But the question is, what do we mean by democracy? This brings us to the basics of definition. Colleagues are talking about democratic governance, having this, well, in France, you know, people are having a debate. So which democracy are we talking about? Should we talk about a democracy at the grassroots level, close to the work organizations or not? So I think that here, in France, for instance, trade unionism has been very much reduced because of public policies that have weakened trade unionism. It's not because people do not want to take part in trade union activities. It's because there was a will to weaken those trade union organizations within businesses by turning trade unionists into social partners. And this is something that we've forgotten, because you do not only have economic elements, but also political action that has had some impact. And we also have to look at the social conditions for participation. So what do we do to really make it possible for workers to participate? I'm working with production cooperative society. Some large companies want to ask some workers to come to the board level, and they say, you know, we cannot get them. People do not want to come. And I have told them, yes, but have you considered some practical conditions that you might give them? And they say, no, we haven't considered any practical modalities to allow these workers working in a 3-shift system to take part in board meetings. I mean, so how do you also take these working conditions into account, and the wage conditions also? Because when you participate in such meetings, it takes time, it takes some knowledge. So what will motivate these workers? Not only the philosophical idea of taking part in a board meetings, because those people, they may be tired, they do not have time. Certainly women, they have to work also in your home. So how is all this being taken into account?
So regarding the lack of workers' democracy, I think I would beg to differ a little bit. Well, there are, of course, cooperatives that exist for a very long time. There are also companies that have been taken over by workers, literally. typically because of problems with the company and the owner throwing in the towel, and the workers say, okay, we're not going to accept the bankruptcy. We are going to run this company. They're rare, but they exist. And there are also some owners who at some point have decided, usually because things were not going very well, we're just going to give power to the workers and we're not going to tell them anymore what to do. They're going to decide. So there are examples. They're rare, but there are examples. Then about the lack of studies, where the board representation helps or has benefits. Okay, I don't know about studies, but surely there must be studies about in more general terms, the attitudes of trade unions. There are some European countries where the trade unions play a very adversarial role. They still use Marxist language and logic of capital versus workers, and workers being extorted and so on, comes right out of Marx. And then there are other unions who, like in the Netherlands, who take a more cooperative attitude and who try to, of course, they represent the interests of their members, but they try, for instance, to avoid strikes, because that's actually detrimental not just to the company, but also the people who work there. And they try to reach compromise rather than being confrontational. So, I mean, those two different kinds of attitudes, surely there must be literature on which one in the end ends up being more productive. It's different than being represented on the board, but it does play into, okay, are you going to play an adversarial or a more reconciliatory role?
Unfortunately, we are coming close to the end of the debate, so you'll have to be very short in your answers. Can you start, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me make it very brief. So there is this question around what to do going forward. So just to mention, and that's why in my presentation, there's this argument around we should restructure cooperation. We should have a different view, not just looking at company as an economic vehicle or a legal entity advancing the interests of the shareholder. We should begin to look at company more as a political actor, because in truth and in reality, these corporations, especially the multinationals or the big tech, actually make political decision or make some decision that impact us beyond the workplace. I reference the case of Facebook, what Elon Musk is doing with Twitter in the US, and what's also doing even across Europe. So, talking about democracy, we should look more, yes, initially or up to now, companies still an economic vehicle, but more often, we should take a more political lens at what company is. Then the issue of solidarity alliances, I think, is very important. And that's why, because many corporations now operate across the border. So if workers must hold them accountable, there should be need for us, is imperative for unions, for workers to start building bridges across nations, especially within the context of global north, global south. Sometimes you think that maybe your problem here is not your problem, our problem in the south is not your problem here. It actually is. I think there's this interesting study by the US Department of Labor around how poor condition of work in global south is fueling migration. People tend to say that their life is not better off here, so they want to come here. So maybe another way, I'm not anti-migration, but I'm saying that sometimes we should take a more political view at issues. Then importantly, Professor Eva mentioned the issue of social context. Yes, social context matters. That board level co-determination is working in Germany does not mean it even work in nearby Belgium. So, but what has happened is that I think to each country that has practiced it, they tend to practice it within their own peculiarity. I think in Sweden, they have a more flexible way of doing it. They operate majorly a single board system compared to Germany that adopted, even within Germany, there are variation. what applies to a company in the mining sector differ from what applies to a company with 500 or 2,000 workers. So it differs. It's not a one size fit all. Then I think someone mentioned the issue of workers' own company. Yes, it has worked. There's this good example around Yugoslavia. We've seen workers' own corporation, cooperative working very well. But when we talk about workers' own company, it differs from the whole idea around participatory right. And I think Sarah mentioned the issue around share ownership is not the same thing as participatory right. When you give workers share profit, they're actually not having a say. They're having some return in the profit the company is making, but that does not guarantee them participation in decision making. Then lastly, on the issue of divided democracy, yeah, staying in the UK, I can relate. I think, for example, TUC UK played a critical role in killing board level co-determination in the UK in the 70s during the Bullock conversation. The TUC was saying that no, they created that divide between capital and labor. They are saying that trying to bring this together won't work. But of recent, interestingly, the TUC in the UK, they're having a rethink. They are not even canvassing. They've seen the benefit of how board level workers' participation has worked. And then a controversial closing. Yes, there are not evidence to show causation between board level co-determination and union density. But one thing that is obvious, we know union density is falling everywhere in the world. But if you make a comparative study between countries that have board level co-determination or have other forms of workers' participation, compare to countries that don't have, you will see that the difference is very clear. Example, putting UK and US together and putting Germany or other Nordic countries together, you will see that in terms of density, Germany and the Nordics are doing fine compared to UK and the US. Thank you.
Merci. Réponds.
Oui, je veux bien, merci. Yes, so I noted here your challenging comments as well, Yvan. Thank you for those, and also for the colleagues. On what can we learn, I actually agree with Maxime. Hello, on the fact that, of course, yes, we know a lot about democracy at work, at least in our areas of research and of activism. That doesn't mean necessarily that we have all the answers, because it's, as you also mentioned, purely very political in nature. So it's a constant battle and exploring, and in that context, the creativity of social movements can also be very rewarding. I'm not a specialist, but there is a whole stream on the industrial democracy literature, which could be connected with trade union renewal. And in the trade union renewal studies, yes, and practice, we do see a lot of connections and learnings from the trade union, from the social movement practices, and vice versa, and social trade unionism, right? Being social movement unionism, being adopting or experimenting with those practices to mobilize, particularly in context of industrial actions, but not only. I guess these practices it would be interesting to that they embed the trade union organization more regularly, and not only in times of crisis, right? But that they become a constant practice of participation dynamic that reaches broader spheres of workers than already the militant ones, the mobilized ones per se. But you described very nicely the example of you brought of the nurses, which gave all their creativity, and they were asked by the employer, by the hospitals when it was needed, so they participated. But then, in fact, it was not an influential, an invitation to decide. It was an invitation to provide the ideas, but then everything remained the same, right? Well, this is the typical example, I would say, of pseudo participation that does not really reflect what we are all looking for here, of course. I think on the alliances north-south, but also not only north-south, I know this is the focus of this conference, but let's say more widely across corporate powers, because that is, of course, north-south, but also across companies. We've got subcontracting chains also within the North Hemisphere, with a lot of network of very complicated architecture of how corporations organize themselves in networks and so on. And trade unions need constantly, if we think about it as a social movement, of course, but also institutions, organizations need to adapt to these ways of organizing by companies. Now we have the platform work, platform economy. So it is a whole question how trade unions can reflect how corporations organize in order to better represent workers in there. So I think the trade union actor is key there. And in the context of North-South alliances, well, we have the trade union international federations. They could play a role. They do already play some role. They do what they can. They're extremely understaffed and underfinanced, unfortunately. But I think that there is a critical role for them, because as an actor, it's the only one that can follow these developments. On the social conditions of this kind of participation, yes, indeed, it is key. We look at the institutional conditions, because that's already like the first move. And then what are the social conditions? Of course, what resources do workers have really to be motivated to participate, to be able to participate? You mentioned many of those, because of course you cannot expect a worker to, and I think this is very the case in many French companies, where you do have participation on boards, but workers are participating in those meetings without any working time reduction, at least officially stated, keeping their same salary, or perhaps getting some extra for the board meetings, but it's really not so relevant. And trade unions have also raised the issue of the impact in their competence and their career, the fact that all the participation in the meetings is, how shall I put it? Setting them back in their professional career, although it should be recognized as part of their career development. An issue that is super relevant also, and mentioned a lot by colleagues from Portugal, from South Europe particularly, is the fear to be responsible without having the power to decide, right? So to be trapped in this idea of we are sitting in a board, very symbolically, but we are actually not able to change the course of events. But in the end, if a decision is being taken by the board illegally, by whatever, then we are made responsible, not only political vis-à-vis the staff, but also criminally. I mean, we can have fines and so that's also a critical issue that must be addressed to protect these workers from any criminal exposure and the like. Yes, and I think may I say just one small thing on the trade union identities, or no? Okay. No, the attitudes of trade unions. We have indeed very different identities by trade union organizations across Europe. Even in countries, in one specific country, trade unions coming from a more Christian or orientation or tradition may have had historically, and also today, maybe more prone to this co-responsibility in the board and within companies than trade unions from a socialist tradition. And that's the case in Belgium, for instance, between the CSC and the socialist union. So we have indeed these conflicts of approach. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup. On est obligé de terminer là.
Thank you very much. We are obliged to stop here. Anyway, the discussion will go on here. We have already had some democratic exchanges on trade unionism and what's going on here, because and criticism can only enlarge the democratic space.
Okay, colleagues, I suggest we get started again. Bienvenue, Maxime.
Merci.
Voilà.
Attends, parce que j'ai besoin d'ordi, je peux peut-être me mettre de...
Oui, tu peux te mettre de l'autre côté. Voilà, je te cède la place. So, colleagues, these are the diehards in front of us who stick with us in the late afternoon after the coffee break, alive and kicking. Just realize that it's 31 degrees outside now, and it's a chill 22 degrees here. And as you probably have seen, the next 3 days, it's going to be 37 degrees in Brussels. So yeah, you enjoy the cool while it lasts. So maybe just to pick up where the previous session left it, I want to add two elements building on some points that Sarah raised. Sarah, you were very modest in not mentioning two E2I events that are happening in the next few days, and I would like to flag here because you mentioned board level employee representation and the infamous 28th company regime. And so just know that on the 26th of June, that is Friday, I believe, yes. On Friday, we are organizing, Sarah is organizing a webinar about what future for board level employee representation under the 28th regime. So I think that's going to be a very worthwhile event. It's online at 10:30. If you want to participate, please register through our website. You mentioned Blur in Belgium, and there happens to be an event, another one Sarah is organizing, very busy these days, Sarah. Next Monday on board level employee representation, the Belgian case, the information of that too is available on our website, and we welcome all of you very warmly to participate if you're interested. Donc merci pour ça, Sarah. So now we move on to the second session on workers' participation in Europe and the Global South. The subtitle or the topic of this particular session is Commitment at Grassroots Level and Community Health Workers. That is a specific angle that we're going to look at. We will start with Maxime, je suppose.
I suppose you're going to speak French. Yes, I think it's better for all of you if I speak French, says Maxime Quijoux.
He's a researcher from the Centre National de Recherche Scientifique, CNRS, laboratoire interdisciplinaire pour la sociologie économique. Voilà, so bienvenue Maxime. And then we will go online, I guess, to Dakar, Senegal, where Abdoulaye Moussou Diallo will join us. He's a social scientist and working at the African Population and Health Research Center, as I said, in Dakar, Senegal. So these are the two speakers of this afternoon session, and then we do the collective wrap-up of the day. And as usual, we'll have enough time for discussion after those two presentations. Donc,
Maxime, you have 20 minutes. Yes, we can hear him. Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you very much for this invitation. My apologies to the interpreters because I tend to speak really fast, especially when I have only 20 minutes. My apologies, because they will have to really run after me. So I will present a survey. I'm working on the participative and the cooperative companies. First of all, I would like to define the SCOP. This is the acronym. So this acronym did refer to the workers' production cooperatives, namely companies which are owned by the employees. So what does it mean? It means that the workers have the majority in the capital, so this has an impact. So the workers will then share among themselves a big part of the profit. The rest will be reinvested in the company. And another specificity is that these employees will have the power to elect their representatives and the members of the board. It appeared 150 years ago in France, and a lot of changes in the 70s. I would like to present the research dealing with the 80s in France. In the 80s, CGT, which is one of the stakeholders, and they have taken over this undertaking model to really use this in their trade union action. And maybe you know this, CGT, la Confédération Générale du Travail, which is one of the biggest trade union organizations in France, which was the leader for many years. CFDT is the most important one. So they were close to the social economy. So social economies are cooperatives, so cooperatives of workers, of consumers, and also mutuals, and also the associations. So all the social economy has been in existence for a long time. But contrary to what is expected, trade unions and social economy were not very close and did not really communicate. CGT opted for the other models of business, like the nationalization of businesses was actually their biggest demand, economic demand, and also the traditional wage earning, increase in wages, the participation of the workers in the board of the companies. So the trade unions were actually overlooking this type of social enterprises. The argument of CGT is the cooperatives were transforming employees into employers. So trade unionist is, defined by the relationship with the capital. So, and the fact that employees become the owners of capital means that they become capitalist. However, in 1968, the trade union will change its approach little by little. This can be explained with different arguments. So a new trade union has appeared in 1964, CFDT, and they become a competition for CGT's leadership. For many years, since it was created, the CGT is really focusing on, more direct impact of the employees on their company. So also in those years, we can see in France more and more employees, workers being invited to really take part in the decision-making process of their companies. Politically, also the Socialist Party, which is close to the CGT, and the Communist Party, which is close to the CGT, then really are closer. They try to cooperate more and more. So it really means that the CGT has to really broaden its trade union demands. So at the end of the 70s, a symposium is organized on the democratization of the economy and the role to be played by the workers in 1977. So this democratization of the companies can be explained by the fact that some secretaries of at confederal level are more democratic. So in the past, the secretaries of the CGT were close to the Communist Party. So the new secretary generals are closer to the Christian Catholicism. So they bring these new ideas at company level through the CGT. During that symposium, a will was expressed to give the workers the possibility to really be informed and also to be involved so that they can contribute with the labor's position to the development of democracy. So CGT, he is really trying with always on the basis of this class struggle to really take part to the participation as it has evolved in the 70s. So, but I must say that things do change following the election of François Mitterrand in 1980. At the 41st Congress of the Confederation held in June 1982, we see a direct reference made to SCOP. So the these cooperative undertakings. So democratization was, first of all aimed at the economy, promoting social economy and trade union rights. By little, the document which was adopted at this Congress specified that the SCOP must become a part of the really reply to the class struggle. So to make sure, that they take over from some defaulting companies. So CGT in 1982 has adopted that program for the very first time. So CGT was created in 1895, and for many, many years, long, debates even among the trade unionists, who created SCOP. And for the first time in the history of the Confederation, they take over this social undertakings. Why does CGT really decide to do this? Because we are in a very special economic and social situation. The cooperative does appear to be really a way to fight the collapse of the capital and also deindustrialization, because at the end of the 60s, the globalization of the economy is really starting little by little. And many undertakings are relocated, especially industries. So CGT, faced with that phenomenon, decides really to take over the SCOP. So here you have the picture of Krasuki, who is the Secretary General back then. He said those who really became rich, exploited men and women alike, and who have put their own money in a safe place are really abandoning the workers. And the workers can, will become entrepreneurs. Well, it was surprising to hear that from Krasuki. So democracy back then was a solution to really create jobs to thousands of workers who were threatened under the threat of a closure. So Krasuki just wanted to postpone and not to accept the inevitability of the crisis, and he wanted to open new perspectives. So CGT had its back on the wall because of the economic crisis in the country. So there is not only an economic challenge, there is also a big challenge for CGT as a trade union, because the closure of the companies and of the industry would mean losing a large number of affiliates. And as the CEO of a boiler making said, for CGT, this is a way to keep their contact with their labor and the working class. So this CGT, before the Congress of 1982, had already decided to really create an association, ADITES, Association for the Industrial, Technical, Economic and Social Development. The purpose of that association is to help workers who are fighting to protect their company and to take over the company and develop it. The association aims at defending the interests of the workers through all the different steps, helping them also to manage their company. I'm not going through all the details. However, their action days are organized. 2,500 jobs will be saved, which is, a drop in the ocean because there's so many jobs lost. But this association is trying also to create funds. When Mitterrand comes to power, the government decides to subsidize the companies through the General Confederation of SCOPs in France. For 100 years, an organization did exist promoting the development of cooperatives. De Mitterrand, the government decides to subsidize the SCOP, 40 million francs back then, which was a lot of money. And CGT thought, they could also benefit from that amount of money to support the companies and also the trade union restructuration. CGSCOP is doing well. However, little by little, we could see frictions between CGT and CGSCOP on the way on how to organize, the takeover of the companies. CGSCOP believes that the profitability should be the priority, but the CGT really has a other objective by saying, well, there are other, objectives like saving jobs. Very little. And unfortunately, we can see that CGT is really behaving in a very amateuristic way. So Krasuki is complaining that the activists are just always going through training. And actually, there is a motivation was to save as many jobs as possible at the grassroots level. That was the message. However, rather than really working on profitability or bargaining, so the activists, CGT activists, prefer to privilege really the struggle for power with the SCOP. So the left. So the government is really left, and it is important, of course, to really support different initiatives. We can see that, a picture here of Manu France in Saint-Étienne. Manu France became was completely forgotten. It's a company which was really emblematic, which was really manufacturing guns. And this was a big battle for CGT in the 80s. So this was considered to be LIP, another company supported by CFDT 10 years earlier. So at the end of the 90s, LIP has to actually close. And CGT thought CFDT was not successful in really saving LIP, and we will save Manu France. We will be successful. Since the 70s, Manu France had a lot of financial problems and a lot of works on the support of CGT activists. They decided to take over the company. However, many obstacles really, were on the road. I would like to say, that this is not going to be a very happy ending. And why wasn't it a very happy ending? Because of many obstacles. This reminds me of Sarah said, because very often we can see that it's always the same scenario. So part of the employers, the media are very critical. So the CGPM, so the small and medium-sized companies declared that the trade union are trying to really destabilize, unsettle the companies so that they could put in place their plan, which has been prepared a long time ago. And the employers really want to really get them. So the project also had to overdo other opposition, other obstacles, and specifically, and I think this is something, you know, with Duralex, I don't know if you will have the possibility to discuss about Duralex, this glassware company, which was taken over and has a lot of problem, because even back then in the 80s, it was very difficult for this company to really receive funding from the banks and a loan. Can you imagine, you know, a CGT, a worker, you go to the bank to try and get a loan. And so when the problem is that, you know, back then that the scopes are actually really growing like mushrooms on the cadavers of the companies. So they are the prey of the CGT, and also, you know, they are really pointed the finger by the companies. So really, and they will disappear if no public money is really invested. So there is a lot of arguments, you know, really bad arguments which are prevailing, and we can see that the CGSCOP is being criticized for this type of cooperative. I'm sorry, I'm going really, really fast, but I want to cover everything during the 20 minutes. So it's the problem is that we have people with a very humble background who take over these companies. So these are grassroots CGT activists who have, you know, just finished, haven't finished secondary school. So you know, these are blue collar people who overnight are asked to manage a company because the managerial staff has left, and so these activists are lost and they don't know how to play the role of managers. So these activists, of course, cannot really deal with the financial situation of companies, which were already in a very difficult situation. So the CGT tries to really, from 1981, 1984, to launch some really census surveys of how many scopes CGT exist, how many are in a difficult situation. They organize meetings at confederation level to really train the workers to become leaders, also to see the power balance. And these meetings, unfortunately, really turn into a really catharsis. So the problem is that some of these workers have become leaders or managers of the companies, and the really activists are completely lost, and they don't understand what is the new role of the trade union in this company, because and the CGT trade union actually have, you know, are being, and the activists are being so exploited, and there is a problem in misunderstanding of what is the role of the trade union in these new companies. So there is a lot of criticism of the wage organization, trade union, and training courses are organized for the people who are, well, not prepared to take over the companies. Adites was created in, as I said, in 1980 to deal with that situation. In 1982, 50 different files were presented. unfortunately, all the projects are not transformed in scope because there are some criteria which have to be met. First of all, the individual and collective commitment of the workers and their capacity to really conduct a project. So other also criteria had to be taken in consideration, the public opinion, power, the public authorities in 1983, 1984. All these indicators are really being undermined, starting with the state in 1981. The President Mitterrand supported the movement, subsidized the SCOPs. One SCOP was created every day until 1982. So 1882, one SCOP was created every day to take over of existing companies. So the government decided to really stop the funding and to let the market manage the situation with Manu France, to come back to the example. So there was a lot of criticism of the mismanagement of the company. And we have seen that Manu France is cut in three parts. So the two most profitable are in the hand of the traditional stakeholders, and the less profitable one is left to the hands of the workers' cooperative. So the government decided to actually not to really leave possibilities to the trade union. The problem is that, you know, there is lack of cash, and Manu France had to really went bankrupt in 1985, and this was the end of the CGT cooperative endeavor. So really, and they announced that the decline of Adites in 1990. So Adites disappears in 1990. And the purpose of my presentation was to come back to this discussion on the link between trade unionism and cooperative movement, which is not well known, and also so trade unions should not just make big declaration like CGT back then, thinking that if the workers are given some power, they will automatically be capable of managing that power. And to conclude, I would like to say that I have studied 30 years later takeover of some company by trade unions, but the trade unions in the meantime, in 30 years time, have completely changed. And actually, you know, all these criticisms back then had an impact of the trade unions, because 40 years later, trade unions, even CGT trade unions who take over companies, are well trained, well prepared to manage in a profitable way the companies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maxime. So I knew the expression sauf qui peut in French, but not scop qui peut.
Merci beaucoup. I found this a really fascinating historical account of, let's say, the complex relationship between, I guess it's still the second largest trade, Confédération Générale du Travail, I think it's still the second largest trade union in France, and these cooperatives. The story doesn't end well, but it's a beautiful story. So thanks. That was very helpful, and I'm sure there will be lots of questions on that. My question to you will be: what lesson can we draw any lessons from this particular and absolutely fascinating case study for the wider discussion on bottom-up democracy at the EU level and at the global level? But we'll get there in a moment. So we'll first turn now to an online intervention. I hope that Abdoulaye, you can hear us. Abdoulaye Moussa Diallo is social scientist at the African Population and Health Research Center. So, Abdoulaye, do you see us? Do you hear us? We can't hear you yet. I don't know if you're muted by any chance.
Hello.
Ouais.
Great. You can speak in French or in English. It's up to you. So you have 20 minutes for your introduction. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to, well, I've prepared my slides in English, but I will make the presentation in French. So please allow me to share my screen with you. Can you see my screen? Yes, we see your screen. Yes. Great, great. This is impeccable. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bart. Thank you, Maxime. Amdulai Musai Diallo is my name. I'm a socio-anthropologist. I'm working for the African Population and Health Research Center within the Environment, Climate and Health Unit and health facility strengthening in West Africa. So thank you for inviting me. So I'm going to talk to you about a particular topic in the field of health. So it's related to, well, community health issues. So the role, the responsibilities, the perspectives of professionalization for health, community workers. Unlike Maxime's story, this might end up with a positive note. So, in fact, for several years, we've seen community health agents being discussed with a conference being held, initiatives made to promote their work. They play different roles in the health system. They provide support to communities, to the leadership of women, supporting pregnant women. So what we need to understand, well, in West Africa, we have several levels, hospitals, CHUs at the urban level, but we also have health centers in the countryside, and very often you have a shortage of professional staff, hence the interest for having support agents that might act as an interface between the health system and the people who may have some other health alternatives at their disposal. So that's for the context. Today, these health community agents, they are playing more role because there are more and more health needs with the pandemics that we've had that come back, you know, Ebola, COVID-19. So their role has been reviewed. Today, we are rather talking about the climate change and its impact on NCDs and non-transmissible diseases. But they also have to play new roles in that respect. So I've been working on this issue since 2013, and I've cleared out a few aspects related to their professionalization. And afterwards, the Department of Health in Senegal, they took stock of the situation of these health community agents. And this has brought us to drawing up this pyramid. At each level of the health structure, we have seen what are the issues we are facing to integrate these agents in the system. At the level of hospitals and health centers, there was a shortage of equity when it comes to access to health. At the territorial level, for instance, in Senegal, the more you are on the coastal area, the more you get access to the care, but further you are from coastal areas, weaker the health care service supply. So, and these health agents really need to adapt to this. In order to be a fully fledged agent, you need to have a diploma. This is being required, while in fact most of these health community agents have no diploma. They've learned on the spot, and they are working with the midwives in the field. So, they do that volunteer work, and the situation sometimes is not so clear, and sometimes people are not so much motivated because of this. And once we've done this, we wanted to have a study to know what they represent per region, know how many agents they have. When we compiled that survey, we realized that ESC means the different aid supplies really are the ones that go into the homes to work on prevention, on vaccination programs, and then you have some area, some local women agents that raise the awareness of women to prevent them from delivering their baby in their homes. So, of course, we have Dakar and Thiès, where we have more community health agents in those needs that do not need them, of course, and less of these agents in other areas. And while in those areas, they need more of those agents. And so we try to have a look at the total distribution of these community health agents in the 14 regions in Senegal. So the Dakar region and the Thiès region, those two regions are, well, this is considered as a downtown, of Senegal. So yeah, in those two areas, they have many more agents in Jambar. They have more of them also. But when you see here on this ratio, you see the ratio between the people and the number of community health agents. So when you see the number of people that need support and the number of such agents, so here in Thiambo you have the highest ratio, because in this area interventions are not only state interventions, some NGOs are also active, and so they really get access to those agents through contracts in order to work on prevention. So here you have the intervention of NGOs and not only of the state. When we looked at the impact of these community health agents, we see that, in fact, they're working on different segments: maternal newborn health initiatives, health programs for disease control, the prevention of a number of diseases, but also provide some data. And sometimes it's difficult to combine all these health data. And they help also the health professionals in reporting all the data at the national level. Now, if we compare all the maps, when you look at their prevalence and the presence of these community health agents, you see that in some areas they have more agents than in other areas. Here, if you look at maternal mortality and a map of community health agents, on this map, you see neonatal death, and this is crossed with the presence of community health agents. And here on this other map, you see on the one hand the confirmed number of malaria cases, and this is crossed with the presence of these community health agents. And so the health centers find it difficult to improve their health indicators. Let me now come to the discussion points. For a number of years, so we've been working on the professionalization, the professional expectations of these community health agents, but we've realized that, well, the way this is being institutionalized is a way that would turn them into agents, while in fact they want to remain really actors, stakeholders. So those people, they want to act. They want to be part of a collective group, an association. They do not want to be simply officials that work for health structures. So there is a tension between, on the one hand, this institutionalization approach decided upon by politicians, and on the other hand, the voice of these agents, well, they are not aligned. And on the other hand, you see a lot of activities that allow those agents to advocate for their rights. For instance, they are using mechanisms such as strike, and very often they join a professional, so with a tenure when those go on a strike. And so here they do not have a contract based upon salaried work. And so in our work, we've seen that, unlike what people might believe, those agents, they are not part of the system as being volunteers. They want to use this as an initial point to join the system as employees. And if we look at the geographical distribution, we see that in some areas you see a better integration of those people in health systems, while in others they feel far away from the health systems. In rural areas, in urban areas, sometimes you have some community health associations with the AC and relays, and in those areas they are keen on getting close to the health structures, conducting activities together with these health facilities. And because they are much more visible, more powerful, they may hope to get some professional mobility. But in the rural areas, since the state is not the one that provides them with financial means to carry out their activities, very often they get money from NGOs, and these NGOs in those rural areas, they tend to organize them, to train them in order to carry out some activities in parallel to the national health program activities. Sometimes when we need reliable data for some regions, it's better for us to use some institutions instead of using only the formal platform. So this democracy in a hospital setting where health might be become accessible to people who do not get access to them. So when we want to really make health accessible for those who do not have the opportunity to go to a hospital, so through this dynamic of actors, we work for this, but sometimes all this is not well documented, or if they are documented, they are not taken into account in the institutionalization and the professionalization we wanted to talk about today. So I will stop here to allow us to have some time for discussion now. Thank you.
Many thanks, Abdoulaye. I hope you could hear that loud round of applause, which was all yours. So thank you for that excellent second case study. I want to immediately open the floor for questions. I've already seen that Ivan here on the first row is very keen to jump in, but since he already spoke a lot, I first want to see whether there are any other questions. So hold your horses, Ivan. I'll give you the floor in a second. So any questions, please? The gentleman in the end, if you could also present, even though I know you, but can you still present yourself?
It's okay. Angelos Karlaftis, Epafos Advisors.
Sorry, I don't think the microphone is on.
Yeah.
No, it is.
Angelos Karlaftis, Epafos Advisors. We always represent the EcoWaves movement, a pan-European and Mediterranean movement based on the principles of Aristotle about democracy. And the meta-capitalistic post-communism one is the future of Europe. We are against the parties, against the globalists. We have three pillars: citizen assemblies with sorting procedures. The second pillar is science and societies of knowledge. And the third pillar is arts and ecology, not the ecology of the Greens. The question is for the gentleman of the CGT, because we love the trade unions, if the trade unions will be out of the party system, because right now they are conquered and they are directed by the party system. The trade unions should take their way of the 19th century, at the end of 19th century, so that they can assist the third pillar of the economy, which for us is the cooperative model. Mm-hmm. We should, our model of economy is a competition between three economic levels: the state, which is the state capitalism, as Cornelius Castoriadis describes; the second pillar, which is the private one; and the third pillar, which is the cooperative and the trade unions. Because in the future, as you know, here from 2008, we speak that we will not be workers in the future, in the meaning of the labor working. We are going to work, as the Greeks, they say, ergazome, not doulos, not being slave, but ergazome, production of a project, a creational model because of the robots. The robots are existing. We have the second generation of robots. They are working in China and in Far East. We in Europe, we are very conservative guys. So we don't enter this model to act, but in the future, we don't need humans for labor work. So the thing is, what do you think for the future of the CGT, which was always on the front lines of the progressive movements out of the parties, especially in 1968? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very good and slightly provocative question. Other questions? Sarah, je pense. Et puis... Je suis sûr que tu es Sarah, en fait.
Oui, oui.
Thank you to the two of you for your introductions. I have two questions to react to Maxime's presentation. First, well, this period and his presentation, I find all this quite fascinating. So, I mean, if we look at the development of the scopes in the 80s, well, of course, then we had the peak, you know, and then you said, then let the market operate. And I was wondering, is there a link? You think that there is a link between the development of the participation of trade unions' interest for these cooperative societies and the state's interest to finance them with the development of orders and decrees in 86 that introduced participation in nationalized public companies that were privatized. So 2 years later, some orders, some decrees, and this led to the very beginning of the representation of employees in boards in public companies in France. So is there a link between those? And what about the private sector? Yeah. Was there any debate about this at that time? And the second point I was interested in is trade union training. The good news you told us about at the end of your intervention. So having a better preparation of union officials in comparison with the situation of 40 years ago, would this lead to the same degree of activism? Or would activism be a little bit left aside, if you have this training of union officials? I have a question to Maxime too. I'm very curious regarding the history of these cooperatives. So these are cooperatives, and if some of these cooperatives were successful, how far have they been successful? And what are the factors that are really the decisive ones next to the professionalization?
Okay, I think these are already quite a few questions, and I don't want to overload your agenda. So maybe we start with those. Okay. Yvon, if you can hold on to your questions for a while, that would be great. So trade unions and party system, scope qui peut, come from Sarah, la formation syndicale, and then Francisca's question. And if you could indeed add to that, let's say, a quick reflection on how, what can we draw from this French example? And I will ask the same question to Abdoulaye in a moment. What can we learn from these national case studies, let's say, for a debate in the EU and the global level on democracy? Voilà, vas-y, Maxime.
Thank you for your questions. Well, to avoid any frustration, even though I think that there will still be some frustration, because I do not want to answer everything. I mean, my introduction is based upon an article you may refer to online. If you take Sauf qui peut, Scope qui peut, you will find this article. So this article was dealing with the action of CG Scope and the action of CGT. That's my first point of information. I'm not going to speak on behalf of CGT, even though I'm a member of CGT, but I've no union mandate. This is democracy. I'm not going to act as a spokesperson of CGT because you were also putting a question about CGT. What I may say about it is that some work has shown that, well, in this future, where workers might disappear, well, this thesis has been questioned, I mean, with robotization, AI. Well, we realize, well, this has been documented. So we've seen that in many cases, there are some workers in Madagascar that really fuel AI. So will this really totally replace workers? I have some doubts, and well, I cannot really answer you because I'm not working on this. But there are some works that really question this apocalyptic future that would only be led by robots. So that's my answer regarding Sarah's question regarding these orders, these decrees. Well, this is a very tricky question. You know, I cannot answer you. Sorry about this. What I may tell you is that, well, in the 80s, the companies that were taken over, well, this has followed a legislation from 78 that set a strict framework on the production cooperative model, because until that time, these cops, they had a very blurred model. And so at that time, you had a lot of inequalities in the corporation model. Until that time in SCOPS, you didn't have a lot of democracy. For instance, a member of the SCOP did not have one voting right. Depending upon your seniority, one person could have 5 votes. So the longer the person had been working the company, the more voting rights they had. And so the legislation of 78 restored some order here, and it really defined the democracy in these COPs. And this happened in the 70s. And at that time, the left and the right decided to work on democracy at work. There was a Sudron, a report that was aimed at democratizing companies. Then in 73, we had a VIP case, and to the government at that time, that was a modern government under Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. Well, that government also wanted to intervene on that field. And this legislation will really take stock of democracy at the workplace. So that's what I could say when it comes to the historical context, so better preparation of the trade union officials. So today, you know, when companies are being taken over, well, they only represent 10% of the SCOPs being created in France. So for the rest, those are students, you know, who have just been graduated and they want to set up a SCOP. Companies that are taken over by some workers, it's very rare. However, these are the ones that gain a lot of attention from the media. And so it's important to keep this in mind. So they are not all taken over and bought over by trade unionists, these cooperatives. And then you always see the same mechanism. Trade unionists that take over their company, not to democratize their business, they are taking it back because they want to really rescue some jobs. But when they do this, you see a democratization with the union software. And so they will not so much focus on the right participation of employees. We've seen that very often blue or white collar workers will have a seat or seats within the boards of these companies. They will immediately invest in the equipment. They will pay a lot of attention to the work equipment. So you'll see a democratization through trade unions concerns. Job retention remains central. And in other cooperatives, where you see less presence of the trade unions, you see less attention being paid to. Of course, some people may feel frustrated, even though they've elected some new leaders. Those people are still seen as bosses, as managers, and so they still see them as their enemies. The CEO may be a former union rep, but he is still perceived as being the boss. Francisca, so when are cooperatives successful? Well, depends upon the sector in which they are operating. If you are working in a failing market segment, you know, Duralex, for instance, it's a glass sector, their energy costs are huge. They are facing a very fierce international competition. Someone was saying, but who buys their glasses from Duralex? So we all go to IKEA to buy our glasses. Unfortunately, reality is such that we tend to buy a cheaper product so when we can. So it depends upon the economic sector. Very often people say cooperatives cannot operate in a capitalistic system. Of course, it may be easier in a socialist system, but history has shown that a state which is a little bit regulatory will also make it possible to develop those companies. In the 80s, we've seen a counterexample, but in the history of scopes, well, they were set up at the end of the 19th centuries, because of states and public contracts. And for a long time, they were developed because the state decided to have public policies to promote them. So you have a whole range of elements of public policies that will make it possible for these companies to develop and survive. For a long time, we had 1/4 of the public contracts of public works dedicated to cooperatives. And this was criticized and questioned by Europe at the beginning of the 2020. Thank you, Maxime. We still have time for a few questions before the collective wrap-up. Okay.
Let's not forget that we have a colleague online, Abdoulaye. If you have some questions, Yvan.
Microphone, please.
I don't know if Abdoulaye is still online. Can you hear us? Yes, I'm still online. Fantastic. Excellent. As far as Senegal is concerned. So, well, we know each other, you know, that's why I'm being quite familiar. So maybe you were a bit too quick when you showed the maps. And I would like to know if it's converging or contradictory, the maps. Because, you know, if deploying these community-based health workers who are voluntary workers, well, if understood, so there are more of them in more privileged areas like Dakar, but also when there is maybe a demographic concentration. So I would like to know if you have seen contradiction on the maps. You said that there was a difference also, you know, on the support of the government, if they are interested in promoting this type of health service. But what you did not say is how the ministry does really react to this demand for more professionalization of these workers, because not paid well, but they, you know, learn. So they want to really become more professional. For Maxime. So I think you said that so with LIP and SCOP, the participation is different. If I did hear you right. So maybe this shows the difference between the capacity to be creative for the trade unions, because there is a really will to exist, even though you have the federal level, so the federation, of CGT and CFDT. So, they have to deal, with the own trade union apparatus. I think SEGI, the different trade union leaders, supported the movement because they said, you have shown that if the employers can, employers cannot do without the employees, but the workers can do without the employees. And thousands of people listened to him say that. And so the confederal level did rally them. Well, so I think it is important to say, it's not just, the situation after 1968, but also, there was a completely change in the trade union movement. And I'm very happy that you used the example of SCOP. I was not aware of, I did not know anything. And Yvan, likes to be dramatic. At the end of the day, fantastic, much appreciated.
Thank you. My intervention is directed at Abdullah. You mentioned that majority of your slide indicated that majority of the community health workers are mainly in the informal sector, or probably maybe the employment nature contract is informal in nature. In the morning, there was a question around union being membership based. And logically, they should advance the interests of their members. But the reality is that the world of work is changing. Majority of workplace issue now transcend beyond the workplace, i.e. the issue of just transition, heat wave. These are issues that affect us in the world of work, but actually impact us in our private life. The issue of data privacy. So to ask specifically, the union in Senegal, how are they interacting, bear in mind the overall or the overarching objective of this discussion around union building solidarity with community-based organization. To ask, union in Senegal, are they collaborating? Are they forming alliances with these informal workers? So that's a major question. But I understand also as a union person that the union, by their design, they are to promote the basic interests of their members. But just being curious so I can make some comparison. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Bashman. Are there other questions, comments, interpellations? All good. 1, 2, 3. Ah, oui, vale. Allez-y.
Maxime, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Abdoulaye. My question is actually aimed at Abdoulaye. Well, he spoke about the hospital democracy, and for us, it would mean that more and more workers who are, so more and more workers will be involved in the decisions of the hospitals. So in Senegal, the problem of this community-based health worker is that they play a role which is well recognized because they are there to support the whole health system, but they also have a social role to play. So they create this link between those who design the health system and the population who benefit from their health services. So I would like to know what is the role played of the doctors and those who have more powers in the hospital to really integrate this work, community-based health workers. I would like to know if the doctors really want to give more role to these health workers. That's my question. Are they open to them being integrated?
Excellent. Abdullah, I hope you're warmed up and ready to respond to all of these questions. Just to check, any other questions at this stage? No, we're good. So, Abdullah, I'm going to hand it over back to you. Hospital democracy, the last question. There was a question from Bashman on what about trade unions and the informal sector, notably on the topic of just transition. And then your question, Yvon, and accompanied by some good old theater with regard to the maps that you presented. Abdullah, the floor is yours, and then we'll turn back to Maxime. Abdullah, please.
Thank you very much for your very interesting questions. I will reply the last question. So how can the doctors play a role to integrate the community-based health workers in the hospitals? Well, the process of hospital democratization in West Africa started in the 80s because the government could not recruit enough professional workers in the health sector to really compensate and deploy them in all the different health structures. So there was not really a good coverage, and this is why they created a health committees, which later on became health development committees, so organized at local level, so to redistribute the profits of the health services among the workers. So the doctors in these health districts or departments are collaborating with these health committees. These health committees represent the population. So, you know, and actually the doctors are the ones who select the community-based health workers and so on. However, what we can see in reality, that there is a lot of really sort of wars between the doctors, the professional doctors, and these health workers, community-based health workers, and they believe that these people are only there to support them, so that their purpose is to support them. So this is the doctors. To come back to the trade unions, well, I must say we have different type of trade unions. So the ones representing specialists, surgeons, and so on, these are very close trade unions. So they are not open to the demands of these health workers. However, the trade unions representing the nurses, the midwives, so we don't have one only trade unions, you know. We have, you know, different trade unions per type of profession. So the nurses and the midwife trade union who work alongside these health workers, they are the ones who recruit them, who use them. So this type of trade unions are more open and also supportive of these health workers, and they will acknowledge the importance of these health workers. So because these health workers really allow a for a continuity of the work, and they're the ones who actually really sometimes let them find another job so that they can make some money. So they will cooperate, they will discuss with the health workers because they are the ones collaborating with them compared to the the doctors who are at more remote from them. Yvonne, the maps I showed were to illustrate the fact that there is always a medical approach to the work of these health workers. So, actually, the purpose is not to make them professionals, but to use them, use these workers to meet the health needs according, to the disease, different pathologies in the different district, different areas, how to really organize the prevention work. So these maps, really rather than aiming for the integration of the worker or professionalization of their work, actually they are more used to become supportive agents. And so there are 5 subcategories of health workers, and only one of them receive payment. So women who are, most of them are women, and but the others, who are less political, then they are not paid, or they don't receive really wages. But what the government is doing is really to make sure that they join health mutuals so that they can, in case of illness, they will have have a coverage and a health coverage. They also collaborate with NGOs and so on, so that they receive a small payment. So the government is sort of creating compensatory measures through the health insurance, and also by paying them small wages through NGOs. This shows, the maps show that there were so many discrepancies, because in the areas where you have a really large number of community-based health workers are urban areas, but also it's because we have a bigger network or presence of health institutions. So they need these health workers. While you have areas where there is not many health structures, then they will not need health workers. So, and these health workers are selected in the area, the district where they live, and they will be hired in the district they live in. So this is actually the system which has been put in place. Thank you very much, Abdoulaye and Maxime. Would you like to say something? Be short, please. I would like to. So really to react on the rate of success of the cooperatives. So, they last 5 years in average, 79%, 80%, so the cooperatives, so they are 79, 80% more really possibility of of success than the traditional companies. So we can see that they are more sustainable than the traditional companies, because they are really familiar with the market, their own market, because you cannot relocate, of course, the jobs. It's impossible. So you need to know the local market in order to be sustainable. So in the 80s, Well, there were SCOPs before the 80s, but in the 80s we can see that a lot of companies were taken over and they really failed because they were in companies, in sectors which were not profitable, like, for example, shoemaking industry. They could not really survive the competition, international competition. They were not well prepared because they were not prepared for this new system. So when a worker becomes an employer, he doesn't know how to deal with the situation anymore. And I think this is actually what is happening with Duralex, because we focus on the failure and bankruptcy of SCOPs. But in the 80s, we had thousands of companies which went bankrupt in France. Every year we have 60,000 companies go bankrupt, and we are only talking about Duralex. So cooperatives are not the only companies who go bankrupt. A lot of companies go bankrupt, and sometimes we try to save them, but it doesn't work. So recently, we have seen Guillaume Gorp, who show that really that in the past, very often, some of the companies, LIP company, LIP was, for those of you who don't know, LIP was a watchmaking company. So the workers decided to seize all the watches, to kidnap the watches and to sell them. And, so there was really all the people in France, really got involved, and they wanted to promote the worker self-management. But all the studies which have been published lately, well, actually, the workers don't want to self-manage. They want someone to take over and buy the company. And actually, they had a buyer who tried to really take over the company. Cooperatives appears much later in the 80s. Because and back then they did not want to adopt the cooperative models, because the SCOPs until 78 were not a democratic type of company. No, they used a large corporation models, inequalities, and so on. So the SCOPs were not a model attracting people who are attracted by cooperatives. So the trade union movement has been very creative over the years, but the trade union movement is a model of struggle and not corporatism. Excellent. Thank you very much, Maxime. Thank you very much, Abdoulaye.
This brings us to the end of this session. I found it really inspiring also to look at some national, some local examples. It's good to bring us down to earth in some respect. And this brings us seamlessly to the wrap-up session. And if I understand well, Jane, we're going to do this you're going to do this the ETY way. So here we go.
Merci. Merci à vous. Merci.
Yes, you can use this one if you want. Oh, no, I mean around the room. Okay then. Thank you. Is that okay? Okay, hello everybody. It's been a fantastic day, hasn't it? With 4 sessions, which have... Need a microphone? All right, can go louder. Okay.
No, for interpretation, you need a microphone.
I see. No, I can sit here. It's okay. Okay, sorry about that, interpreters and all. And thank you to the interpreters for their sterling job today. It's been full on and a lot of conversation around quite a gamut of different topics, which vary, of course, in a geographical and other breadth in terms of ideologies, in terms of actions and practice. Thank you. Just switch over to this one. Is that okay? Okay. So what we thought we'd do to wrap up is I'll just very quickly overview the 4 sessions that we've had, very, very quickly. And then we'd like to throw it over to you, not to receive a précis of the day or anything like that, but to hear about your key thoughts, learnings, intuitions, ideas that you've derived from the sessions and see where that takes us. So we started off, of course, with Ivan, who talked about a European focus with global overtones, and that was an entree into the other sessions, the first of which was Francisca and Stefan, who talked about trade union extractivism in Chile, in Australia, and in the global southeast. And then we looked to worker participation in the global north and the global south with an emphasis on board level engagement. And of course, that was with Sarah and Bashman. And we thank them for their varying perspectives and coverage. And then the second part of worker participation came from looking at the grassroots levels and community health workers in particular. And thank you to Maxime, who focused on CGT, and also on Abdoulaye, who looked at hospitals and activism and organizing in Senegal. So with no further ado, it's no secret, I think, to anybody that I was asking a few of you if you'd like to say a few words. But if that wasn't if you weren't one of those shoulder tap people, please feel free to jump in, okay? So maybe we could kick off. I have a list, you see, a list of 7. So maybe we could kick off with Walter, who I think I tapped on the shoulder during the coffee break. So is there anything that you'd like to say in conclusion for the day, please, Walter? Coming to you.
Yeah, I thought it was quite interesting, the discussion about workers' influence on how companies are run via representations on the board or other ways to participate. That it's not a panacea. It's also quite challenging for them, and they also don't always appreciate the responsibilities and the consequences that come with taking part in the running in the decision process. Although I still think that it could improve the let's say the way that the workers are involved in the company by involving them in a different way, so that they don't just come there 9 to 5, but they learn more about how the company works, how it fits into the economy, what the challenges are. And so I think it definitely seems to offer advantages to involve workers more closely. But I do realize that it also brings responsibilities, and that the workers are not always properly prepared and trained for taking on those responsibilities.
Thank you very much. So a diversity and a multitude of approaches, and you think that more may be needed, and also we need worker capacity as well in order to undertake those roles effectively. And as you say, the word I think you've used and Sarah has used is it's not a panacea. So thank you for those comments, and I think that segues very nicely to Paula, who may have something to say. Who's this, Paula? And please just say who you are and where you're from.
Thank you very much. I'm Paula Mejia. I'm an education officer at the ETUI. I really would like to thank you, because I think the event has shown us like many different perspectives, and I think we often focus on the European side, of course. But having the opportunity today to listen, for example, to Francisca, to hear from Bashman, and to understand many different ways to do. I enjoyed very much the session with Sarah, and the last one, I forgot your name, I'm sorry. Because I was thinking of, for example, I'm originally from Colombia, but I have spent almost all my life in the Basque Country, and we have there the Mondragon Cooperative, and it's one of the largest cooperatives in the world. And there's always been like this conflict between the trade unions and workers' participation in a cooperative that works very well and that where you can see like, yeah, okay, they are doing great, but yeah, what are the the nuances and the difference between the different models? Very, very interesting, and thank you very much. I would like to stay in touch, for example, with Francisca, also to know more about the Chilean case.
Thank you. And thank you for those comments also about the Basque Country, because I think that gives us another case study again to add to the mix.
That's another story. And they are like, yeah, they put together, all the work that they are doing also with the identity, and it's like a cocktail. Very important.
Yes.
Yeah.
And thank you also for flagging, Paula, looking at Europe without being Eurocentric. And I think that's the beauty of this event today, just so far as well, in terms of looking at it in global context for so many reasons that you've already all enunciated. And it helps us also in the ETUI, I think, to think about the scope of what we're doing. And certainly we have a Eurocentric focus, but it is important to remember that it is not the only region. And this goes also to the points raised by Ivan in his opening comments as well, where he did a terrific synopsis of different situations in the global north and global south. So the next person on my list is Andrew Angeles, who I think is at the back, and you spoke already, but is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, a lot of things, because usually I don't have the opportunity. The system doesn't like our democratic ideas. The gentleman before from the syndicals spoke about democratization, everybody speaking for democracy, but these are not democracies, these are oligarchies. Aristotle was very right that democracy is the regime where we have sorting procedures. Otherwise, when we have elections only, this is oligarchy. And this is, you can see it also between you. You are an elitistic and a part of the elites of the oligarchy, me too. When you have sorting procedures, this is real democracy. So the thing is that we have to change the terminology, first of all. The gentleman before was speaking for socialists, communists. This is an old regime. This regime doesn't represent anymore the future, which already by the technological improvements has changed. Marxism is out of date because he is speaking for stupid machines, and now we have smart machines to which they make data, and the data to whom they belong. They made billionaires. You can't have a democracy with billionaires. The billionaires prove that these oligarchies with tyrannic directions, if I'm speaking in the ancient modern terminology. So the participative models which you are trying to build here, Bart, it's very good your work, thank you very much. For bottom-up, they are doing it also on Institut Baudouin for Belgium, the king people, we have still kings here, you have to understand this. So the kings, they are interested about the democracy, and they want to see how they are going to make assemblies of citizens. Of course, the ancient Athenians have responded to that because they took the kings and they made them archons on the religious affairs, like we are also proposing. We're not going to kill the kings like the communists, but we're going to put them in charge to keep the heritage of each country. And as I'm working, I'm very pleased that I met you, because I went around all Australia for 3 months trying to organize a platform in deep science affairs. During the time, the Horizon was not functional because they had 40 years internal problems in the Australians, the New Zealanders know, in order to decide on a federal level or on a state level who is going to get the funding. My assistance, and I hope maybe you can find a way, as I spoke last week at the Business Science Forum to the Commission, that maybe now this deep science platform can be built, which was signed also to my contribution, at last, the Horizon funding with the Australians. So, ending my contribution, I would like to mention that the bottom-up I don't believe that BART is going to work more than 5–10%, but it's an important contribution. Only the bottom down can build a democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And I think this goes to the heart of this session and this day, actually, being about not just thought provocation, but thought expansion. So thank you very much for those comments. And I think, I mean, it's a natural, isn't it, really, that Bart, you need to go next.
Merci beaucoup, Laurine. Yeah, so much to be said. I think I need to pick it up where you left it, cher collègue. I guess it's true that also the European Trade Union Institute, as most of us here, are part of the elite. And as far as I'm concerned, that is as close as we can get, or as good as we can get to improving workers' rights. Not saying that it's ideal, but I think indeed we choose to be within the system to change things for workers from within that system. Whether that's a good strategy, we can debate, and we can possibly debate it for several days. But that is my stance on it. Now, with regard to, I don't have conclusions. I first want to share a few notions that I wrote down. Flamand rose, you opened with that this morning. I don't know what that is. Je suis flamand moi-même because I live in Belgium and I'm Flemish, but I suppose these are different pink ones. You'll explain it to me. The perplexity of the trade union movement with regard to just transition, I found that very compelling, and of course not only in Chile, but you know, in the whole world, including in Belgium, in my country, in the EU, I think many trade unions are still quite perplexed with regard to how to deal with just transition, even though we soon will come out with a book on collective bargaining on just transition. And so there is action, initiatives are being taken, but indeed, I think in a context of perplexity. Another notion that I wrote down was, of course, scope qui peut. That's lovely. Responsibility without power, Sarah. I've taken note of that, and that reminds me of one of my PhD supervisors always told me that notion. The power of the actor is in the eye of the beholder, and I think that resonates very well with what you said. The folding ladders and the sliding scales from Stefan were also pas mal. Now, my one takeaway, I just ruthlessly going to copy it from your intervention, Francisca. I found, and without any disrespect to any of the other speakers, because it was all great and interesting, but what you explained about how corporate climate strategies have become, or in some cases are now mechanisms of coercion of workers, including through fear, through reduced autonomy, etc. I find that very compelling, because I think that when most of us, or at least when I think of climate strategies, sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Climate strategies, a bit of a rosy idea with that. Well, not always. Same as I realized, as we all know now, and when we talk about green jobs, it sounds great, doesn't it? Green jobs. And we know that many green jobs are absolutely not good jobs, and that many people working in green jobs are actually at risk of their health and even their life very regularly. So thank you, Francisca, for that input. Much more to be said, but that's what I take home. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Bart. And as well as the book that Bart mentioned, there's another coming out about green solidarities from the ETUI authors and external authors, and one of whom is Francisca, and who will, I think, also be talking about perplexity in that chapter as well. So watch this space. It's not going to be tomorrow, but it's also not a million miles away either. Okay, and speaking of which, would you like to say a few comments to summarize your views and thoughts on the day, please?
Bon, je pars des conclusions. J'ai retenu surtout
I do not have any conclusions, but what I would highlight out of this day are there really virtues, experiences that might be duplicated in other contexts that would make it possible to reinforce a bottom-up democracy. As a labor sociologist in Latin America, very often we are tempted to see Europe with a certain temptation to really follow the lead, but when I attend seminars like this, I always have the feeling that, in fact, the situation of workers in Europe and elsewhere is not so different from Latin America. Of course, the institutional framework is different, but I have the feeling that there are also some converging difficulties. This is something that has been striking me. I do not know whether this is part of our academic life, where we focus more on issues than on our successes, or does it really translate a deeper reality? I'm wondering this. And this is why I'm keeping this point in mind. So is there anything really positive on the horizon for workers and trade unions? I'm also wondering, perplexity, isn't this a much more general condition which is related to the problems that trade unions face everywhere in order to face the multitude of crises, environmental, social, political crises, and some more. In countries like Chile, this perplexity might be a structural feature, but I have the feeling that here in Europe, this perplexity may also appear in the current situation. Anyway, I have the feeling that, well, this experience and this situation is far more shared than what I thought initially. So I'm going back home, with all these questions. Of course, it's essential to reconsider a democracy at the workplace. Well, thank you. In fact, we are not so different. Yes, indeed. And now, Yvan. Yes, I just wanted to, well, my reaction, well, in the context of these discussions, well, in fact, last Friday, I took part in a debate around Marx and Proudhon. And instead of having a ritual clash between ideological positions that have been really highly contrastive. Everyone tried to draw the very best, of both. And at the end of the meeting, another person who had taken part in another discussion on Marx and Bakunin said, well, it was the same on that occasion. There might be something positive in this context where not everything is positive, and the positive note is that maybe we might want to try and learn again to discuss in a democratic debate. And this is quite essential to have a good quality of debate instead of having ritual clashes that are a little bit obsolete now. Someone was talking about the fact that today's society is not the same as at Marx's time. So sociologically speaking, indeed, the situation has changed. So yeah, it might be interesting to think about this. And so we are running out of already developed methods. Of course, criticisms will also fuel discussions. And so it is important to have a constructive debate.
Thank you, Yvan, and important words there. And we still have tomorrow as well. So anything that just states in your mind overnight, please do bring it to the debate and the discussion tomorrow as well, where we're really going to be warming up, I guess. tomorrow? So unfortunately, no, not everyone will be here tomorrow. Perhaps pass on your words. Just a minute, I've just got Stefan, and then we may come back to you if we have time. Okay, thank you. Stefan, I think you might need a microphone, yes.
Yes, well, today we still have interpretation, so I'd like to take the floor today because I'm going to do it in French. I've really retained a number of things, remembered a number of things. So in the opening presentation, so Yvan said, well, democracy really may be really be on the decline. Well, fortunately, we could qualify this. I've also heard that the extension of democracy matters as much as its intensification. Yvan was also saying that the anti-democratic forces were also using democracy to defend their own interests, and then the paradox, formal democracy as it exists today, might it lead to oligarchy, to totalitarianism? So our indicators seem sometimes biased. Switzerland that is ranked on the 5th position. Francisca also said that the environmental issue, well, to me, this may highlight the very poor state of our democracy, and the environmental issue might also lead us to our end, because anyway, I mean, decisions are made and not positive decisions. And then the next session, so I heard that there were some legal political barriers to prevent trade unions to be involved. And there were also some psychological barriers set by workers themselves. And then, for the community health agents in Senegal and scope members, anyway, so a trade union training seems to be a catalyst for engagement and maybe for a real and sustained democracy. So reinvesting in education and training, would this, well, this might certainly be essential if we want our democracies to survive. So we could say that we really need to educate and train anyone, and so I would end with Bart's welcome speech, because we were very well received by Bart. So I want to thank you all. So thank you for this hospitality and the welcome.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Many points there. And I think, I mean, the last person on this list, and not the final word, maybe it is, but Bashman, did you have a comment or two?
So the advantage of speaking last is that someone might have just said what you want to say. I think Paula kind of captured my mind. One big thing for me is the fact that we look at the issue transnationally, which actually they are. The world has grown not just a global village, it's like a living room. So issues in the global south impact what is happening in the global north. And I think it's wise wisdom that we're looking at it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mashman. And I have to say, I was recently at the IREC conference, well, actually not so recently, but Jean Jenkins, a professor from the UK, was there making the same point about the learnings being a two-way street, okay? Because she'd been doing a lot of studies in the Global South as well. And I think that's so important to look at their examples and sometimes very innovative approaches and initiatives. It's not all Eurocentric. Did anyone want to speak before we return to having another go from? Yes, would you like to? Okay, sorry, I don't know your name, so if you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Luca. I'm right now with the ITUC in the Just Transition department. So it's a pity that I could not be there in the morning and could just attend in the afternoon. And I'm studying sociology in Germany, in Jena. Yeah, and I just wanted to add some of my thoughts. I think especially on the second panel on board engagement and so on, also with the background from Germany, I think it's of course it gives us chances to as workers movement, but at the same time we see that especially in the new sectors, so green jobs, for example, with the electric vehicles, the battery production and so on, we see also in Germany companies are not like working together with the unions, but like avoiding them, busting them, and so on. And I think the only chance to for the union movement is still to organize the workers and create organizational power, because that is always important, even if you have these institutional options, to have like the organizational power on the ground. And I think yeah, that's the way forward. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, and that is also the reason why the last panel was so nice. That shows also, like, if you have not the organizational power of the union alone, you can also build alliances with social movement and so on. And I think this is yeah, very good insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. And we'll have some more coverage of that if you're able to come tomorrow morning. But also just to say to those of you who came later in the day that the sessions have been recorded. So there is a resource at some point we'll make available so you can come up to speed. Okay, great. And thank you for your contribution. I'm going to hand to Bart now, and we'll come back to you, I think, possibly as the last speaker, but we'll see.
No, I need to have the last word. That's my job. So if you want to say something, it's right now.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have to tell you something which I think is very important also, apart from the gentleman. Mes français, ils ne sont pas comme votre, so je ne peux pas expliquer en français. So Marxism and capitalism for us is the same thing. It's our economic theories. These are economic theories. We cannot be the economy is the basement, and the ancient Greeks, and it's an ancient Greek word also. And they gave, with the Europeans, we gave a direction to the world of economy, which was good, is good up to the moment, but now it has to change. So apart from the Eurocentral approach, with the ecumenists, we bring another approach. And we need Africa. We need your territory, but we don't know the culture. The Eco-Waves movement, it's a movement of the territory, one of the 10 territories, so the ecumenization theory, which I wrote, we are envisioning. And this is one territory, but we have built also the Orarians in the North America, the Lautarians in South America, but we don't know the cultures in Africa. And we are very open to work together for this. And also in the Far East, where Australia can guide, we need the cultural levels, even though you are a little bit Anglo-Saxons, but it's not bad, as this is the evolution of the current civilization, to examine also with other cultures how we can develop this territory. This is what I want to say. Thank you very much for that you heard me. Thank you.
No, thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I have that real last word, I just want to make sure whether there is anybody in the room who still wants to speak. There's 2-3 voices that we haven't heard today. So just to be absolutely sure, you've had your chance. The gentleman in the back there, no, you're okay. The lady over there, we're all good. Everybody's happy. Okay, excellent. So just 1 minute. I need to start by saying, so I learned about the Flamand Rose this morning. And now I wrote down Participativité. Vraiment, les Français, wow, I love these kind of words. I'll miss that tomorrow, even though I will be able to speak, I guess, in French and English. There will just be no interpretation. Participativité. Merci beaucoup pour ce mot. That's okay. Just to flag, so we have a second day tomorrow, and I know that it's going to be extremely hot. So you'll have to drag yourselves here. But it's going to be 37 degrees outside and nice and cool inside. So this is going to be the coolest place in Brussels. And I hope to see all of you tomorrow morning. That's what I wanted to say. Also, maybe very quickly, so about 120 people had registered for this event. We were in the end with 45, I think. So not going to hide in the beginning. I was, as the research director, oh my God, where are all the people? And I'm very happy. This was just excellent. We were 40, 45 of us. Excellent debates, very good exchanges, time for dialogue. It's not about the numbers. It's not about how many people are here. It's about the quality of what we discuss. And I just want to share that with you. I'm a very happy research director now. So thanks for that. Just for the speakers and the organizers, the moderators, we have a dinner at 7 p.m., I think, yes, at Basile Liberté. So those of you who have spoken today or on the program, yes, including you, Sarah, you're invited for dinner. And all the others, we look forward to welcoming you at what time, Laurine, demain matin at 8:45. Ivan will open the event for day 2. He's an early morning bird, and so we count on all of you. 8h45. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Bart, for the dinner, where are people meeting?
At the restaurant.
At the restaurant, okay, thank you.
And thanks for a great final panel, Jane. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.